Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our September 12th City of Yucaipa City Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this hour. And tonight, it's my honor to ask former Councilwoman of Yucaipa, Diane Smith, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I was gonna say, please stand, but you all are. All right, you ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Diane. And for those who don't know, she is the queen of pickleball. Jennifer Crawford, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Bogue.
Here.
Councilmember Duncan.
Here.
Councilmember Thorpe.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beaver. Mayor Avila.
Here. Okay, Ray, do we have any changes in the agenda this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff would respectfully request that we remove item number 17 from consideration this evening. We'll bring that back to council at a later date. And for the record, revised item number 24 has been distributed this evening as well.
Okay, the request was to remove item number 17, purchasing ordinance policies and procedures. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the time for public comment. And ladies and gentlemen, this section of public comment are for items not on the agenda. We're going to kind of break this up a little bit. If you have something to say on an item not on the agenda, please give the speaker slip to Jennifer Crawford here. We'll pass it up to me. I will give you 3 minutes for you to speak on non-agendized items. As we go into the agendized items, I'm going to have to change that due to the number, and we need to be considerate of our time. Okay, I believe I have but 2 items, 2 speakers. The first is Richard Frost.
Richard Frost, 12731 3rd Street. I just wanted to mention some things about Omnitrans. They've had, for a long time, they've had this thing about where teenagers don't have to pay a bus fare. I guess they wanted more teenagers to ride, but there are so many now, and just like they told all their friends and all that, and then they pack the buses in, and then they have the backpacks, and bump into everybody with those. And I think probably the worst one was this last Wednesday, and where there was about 100 people in Redlands, students in Redlands, and I guess the driver didn't want to turn anybody down, and she packed in something like 100, and they had to turn everybody down between Citrus and Redlands and Loma Linda. And there were some older people that had to stand up and that kind of thing. And it's been this way for a long time. I guess they have to kind of pack the buses, but this last Wednesday was like from the back to the windshield. And it was just every inch was filled with people. And also some of the drivers in Yucaipa, doesn't happen that often, they'll wait and leave 10 minutes later or something like that because they can just catch up during their route. And then I know, then they have the 319, which is a shuttle bus here in Yucaipa. And one of the drivers complained to the Omnitrans supervisor that there were too many students sitting in the back because the school, when the schools get out, they were sitting in the back, and somebody told me they were vaping back there. Some of them were vaping back there, but I don't know if that's true or not. But I have seen people in public vaping and waiting for a bus. I don't know what the policy is. You can't smoke cigarettes in the open, but they're vaping, which is I don't know if that's the same as smoking tobacco or not, but, so it's just a lot, a lot of little different things with Omnitrans. But this thing about the students has gone on for so long that I don't know, maybe they should add a bus or something, when schools get out, because they really are crowded. And
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Frost, thank you for your comments. I just let you know and let the public know, I am your city representative on the board of directors of Omnitrans. Mr. Frost, what I'd like to do is maybe meet with you separately. So if you can give your phone number or an email address where I can contact you, and I can listen to your concerns again in more detail, and maybe you and I can take a trip to visit the Omnitrans headquarters, and we can talk to CEO, because I think you have a couple of very good points that needs to be shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Irene P.
Coming in to speak about the last time I had been here, and this was in regards to LED lights that were approved to go through. When I checked to see if there were any kind of studies on the effects of LED lighting here in Yucaipa or anywhere else to show this, because I understand that they're also equipped with 5G. Not all of them, but they have the ability. Now we're getting to frequencies. We're getting into frequencies and we're getting to hertz. And what's changing now with this in the last few years, I've lived in Yucaipa a very long time. I've noticed how the decline in the bees, the decline in birds, the decline in moths over by any of these night lights, our LED lights. There's a decline in insects. There's now such a decline in the monarch butterfly that we're on the endangered species list. I understand this, but I also understand these effects are also on humans. And we always tend to forget the human component of this. These are affecting us through these smart meters, the electric meters. SCE is now taking out smart meters. I know because I had my smart meter taken out because I suffer from the effects of all of this electricity. The electricity that also now that we're finding out, and the only reason I'm bringing it forward is because nobody else is, and that is the graphene that's in these injections. And that is also putting us to the Internet of Beings. And the same group, this is United Agenda 2130, this is part of it. And if you want to listen to it, because I understand with the developmental grants for sustainable development, we've taken money for this. And when you accept grant money, you're granting favor to the people who give you this money. And as a person who's lived here a very long time, I understand this community loves nature. And all the people who are here, I have a feeling, are for the same reason. We value the resources we have here. We've always appreciated the people who stood behind us and said, hey, we don't want all this extra stuff that may be in LA, because those 5G antennas, I don't know if you've been around them, but they will take the oxygen right out of you. They will make you so sick and dizzy. They will make you feel that you have the flu. And perhaps that's what it is all these antennas. And what I'm also, and I bring this forward to you because I don't just come here saying stuff just to say it, but we do know that the legal liability behind any of these 5G towers, they're uninsurable. They're absolutely uninsurable. They're coming up all over the place, and we're seeing them. We see them in Redlands, and we're seeing them in Yucaipa. Places, thank you. Can I please turn this in? You want to talk to studies? Because we have expert studies. Nobody else wants to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Mayor Avila, Joe Sutt has turned in a speaker slip for consent item number 5.
I'm sorry, say again?
Joe Sutt has submitted a speaker slip for consent item number 5. You may want to take it during public comment.
Okay. We'll take that for public comment. Item number 5.
Good evening. I'm Joe Sutt. I live at 34111 Wildwood Canyon Road, space 117. That's in Wildwood Canyon Mobile Home Park in Yucaipa, of course. Well, another biennial review of the rent control ordinance is now behind us. We have at least a couple of years to assess the positive and negative effects on residents, park owners, and the city. I hope it works out well for all of us. When discussing mobile homes, parks, or residents, I think it's important to acknowledge that one size does not fit all. I agree with Councilman Bogue's observation at an earlier council meeting that some of the parks in Yucaipa are pretty trashy and the living conditions deplorable. Having driven through most of the parks while delivering the YMRA newsletters, I can personally attest to the fact that although some are an embarrassment, others are upscale, stately, and elegant. Many, maybe even most, fall into the mid-range, with some being cute, quaint, even charming. It's obvious that some residents and park owners value their homes and properties and lifestyles, while others don't seem to care at all. Some residents are busy working and raising families, some are coping with disabilities, some are retired from a wide variety of jobs and careers. And yes, some are existing in a world of alcohol, drugs, and crime. The point I want to make is that the demographics of the mobile home parks are not much removed from those of other communities in Yucaipa, except for one major difference. Mobile homes seem to house a much greater percentages and concentrations of senior, disabled, and low-income citizens. One of the roles of city council members is to attend a variety of city, private business, service organization, and charitable functions. The purpose of attending such events is to mingle with the involved constituents, develop a rapport, and chat so they can understand and relate to their goals and methods of operation, see how they fit into the city, and to determine whether they are deserving of support of some kind. I know that you can't respond to me in this public comment format, but I intend to communicate with each of you or the new council members soon to be selected and see if you would be willing to attend some meet and greet types of gatherings at various mobile home parks where you can get to know a little more about this segment of citizens. Thank you for your consideration. And also thank you for the left turn lane on Wildwood Canyon Road. Everybody loves it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. Okay, assuming that there are no other items on the consent agenda in which public would like to speak, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items a council member wish to remove for discussion?
For the record, Mayor, I am going to abstain from item number 13. Although legally I don't need to, based on perception only, I'm going to abstain from item 13.
Okay, I understand. Anything else? Okay, with that, do I hear a motion to approve the consent items?
I'll make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 14.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. And understanding that Councilmember Bogue will abstain from 13?
Yes, 13.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes carry it. Thank you very much. Moving on to mayor and council member business. Anything from the dais to report? Nothing. I will report that Mr. Casey, the city manager, and I attended the League of California Cities Conference last week. A number of conference items were presented, and what I learned, a couple of things, and maybe Ray won't like this, but the state doesn't have a plan to provide enough electricity to sustain the electrification that the Governor Newsom wants. It was amazing. The answer I got when I said, we don't have enough electricity to keep us going during these brownouts, blackouts, what are you going to do to fix that with the addition of electrical cars? And her answer was, well, we just won't let them charge during the peak hours. And well, okay. The other thing I learned, one of the good things I learned is that I attended a presentation on outdoor dining and some of the challenges that many of the communities have. And I want to share this with Ray, and maybe he can share it with the rest of council in finding ways that we can still accommodate the outdoor dining in the public areas and not be affected by traffic or any other normal obstructions that would occur if we didn't have it in there. So Ray, is there anything that you saw of value or interest?
Well, I thought a couple of the sessions that we attended together were pretty strong. I thought the discussion about ARPA funding with potential alternatives there was illustrative. And I think that some of the collaborative discussions that happened outside of the actual meetings on some of the county initiatives and city-county initiatives, I thought were as helpful as the sessions themselves.
Yes, and I'd like to add to that is there is a movement for us to local governments to retain local control. And so we need to put up the good fight to make sure that Sacramento doesn't take away local control from us. And there was an initiative and discussion at the conference during the voting of the items that we supported, which, by the way, passed. So overall, it was fruitful, and there's some things I can share with Ray and maybe later on with the city council. So with that, if nothing else, we'll go on.
Mayor, really quick, yesterday we had our first annual 9/11 memorial event, and I want to thank staff, Mayor Avila, Supervisor Rao, Senator Bogue. They all came and spoke. The CAL FIRE guys were excellent. It was really a good attended event, and I believe we're going to do this annually, maybe?
I believe that's the direction, unless
That's the plan?
council
Okay.
gives us other direction.
So I'm going to invite the entire crowd here to next year's 9/11 event here at the City Hall.
Yes, and if you noticed that when you walked in, to the left, there is a flag depository for all the used flags. Who is the fire department or is it the American Legion are going to gather them up and ceremoniously have them destroyed, usually by burning, which is the recommended way to dispose of a used American flag. And then in addition to that, we're going to have a monument. There is a piece of the steel girder from one of the Twin Towers at the 9/11 in New York City. They're going to construct a monument, and I'm not sure where, but we'll know in the upcoming months, and I'm sure we'll have an unveiling and commemoration for that too. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead. Any possible action on pending legislation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll combine this with the item that is on your agenda, but I wanted to give council and the community an update on the Fast Food Accountability and Standards Recovery Act. That was signed by the governor. As we suspected, we weren't able to get out a response prior to the governor signing that into law, and that was for benefits and other issues related to fast food employees. The item on the agenda, if I may segue into that, is the Senate Bill 1186, Medicinal Cannabis Patients' Right of Access Act. And generally, this takes away local control from cities and counties in terms of enforcing, as of 2024, January 1st, 2024, the ability to enforce limitations on retail cannabis sales and delivery in your community. It is certainly another attempt at the state level to take away local control. And so here, the governor has not signed this bill yet. It's on his desk. We would expedite sending it out tomorrow if council chooses to approve the letter of opposition to Senate Bill 1186. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of staff?
I have a question. In our staff report, it says that prohibits the retail sale by delivery. Are they just trying to, because right now, we don't have, we have an ordinance that says we can't have any sales in our city limits and no deliveries, but it's common knowledge that there's about 5 or 6 organizations that are currently delivering into Yucaipa. But is this to prohibit retail sales at a retail location or just delivery into our city?
Delivery pursuant to the retail sales that could be done elsewhere.
I thought that law already existed. Someone needs to help me understand that, because right after we were given the authority to decide, legislation came back and said that deliveries were okay, that it was a state level decision.
This would prohibit local jurisdiction from adopting or enforcing any regulation that prohibits the retail sale by delivery within the local jurisdiction of medicinal cannabis to medicinal cannabis patients or their primary caregivers by medicinal cannabis businesses.
I think the overall concern here is that the state keeps taking away local control. That's really what's going on. Just like they're taking away parental rights. They passed a number of laws this past year taking away your rights from your kids. They're taking away rights that local agencies have over their city. So I support this.
So in response to Councilmember Duncan's question, the city still has the right to limit the number of businesses that deliver into your community. After this, you would not have the ability to limit the number of businesses that are able to deliver into the community.
Okay, and again, I agree with Councilmember Bogue's statement, is that this is not a matter of whether we approve or disapprove of the use of medical marijuana being delivered into our community, or whether we want medical marijuana in our community. The issue is control. And this is, in my opinion, and I think Greg may have said this, that it's just another step of the state becoming centralized and making all the decisions for us. All right.
So with that, I'll move, let's see, the letter of opposition for Senate Bill 1186.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 16, Ray Casey, Law Enforcement Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item is an amendment to the contract with the County Sheriff's Department. They may.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself on this one due to my course of employment.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't think about that.
Mayor, does any budget items, are they required a four-fifths vote?
No.
So the updated amount for the contract would be the $12,627,007, less the amount of $621,182 in credit for an not to exceed amount of $12,508,25. For the benefit of the general public, the city has had an ongoing contract with the Sheriff's Department for police services for some time. Included in that contract for the last 8 or 10 years has been a credit against the resources necessary to provide law enforcement to the county jurisdictional areas surrounding the community through our this agreement and through our leadership at the Yucaipa Police Station. And so that's the credit in the amount of $621,182. This represents an increase of $275,569 from the contract that was previously approved by the City Council. There is adequate funding in our state law enforcement grant funding to accommodate this request. With that, staff is recommending approval of the amendment to the contract for the Sheriff's Department this evening for providing police department services.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff?
Is this up or down from last year? I don't remember.
It's up.
It's up. What's the percentage that it's up?
The MOU includes a number of different increases, the total of 275 over a $12 million contract. If you don't mind me doing a little math here.
Ray, these were decisions that were made many years ago, correct? That were the Board of Supervisors chose to increase?
Yeah, this is actually a recent, it's 2%. This is a recent increase, and the MOU is detailed in your staff report, includes a number of increases that were approved by the board recently after your previous agreement was executed, to reflect their efforts to try to retain talent, deputies, and other positions in their organization. They were falling behind in their mind in terms of competing with other counties and other areas to retain talent, get talent. And so the board recently negotiated increases reflected in your staff report for Sheriff's Department personnel, and those are being passed on to the contract cities in all contracts throughout the county.
Okay, and I guess the salary comparison shows us be second least expensive of all the surrounding, or actually the least expensive of all the immediately surrounding counties, with Kern being substantially lower. I will say you get what you pay for. That's a fact, and everybody knows that. In order to maintain and retain quality employees, sometimes you have to pay the bill. That being said, if you looked at the agenda item, Orange County pays $11,246 a month for their deputy, and we pay $9,533 a month, and then everybody else is in the middle. Half of them are in excess of $10,000. We're getting a good deal, and I'm very proud of our Sheriff's Department. I'm in favor of this, knowing that it is going to be more expensive, but again, in order to retain the talent, the quality talent, we're just going to have to pay for it. That's the bottom line. We are the second safest city in the sheriff's system, and the first one is Chino Hills, which is largely a gated community, and we are largely an ungated community, and we're almost just as safe. So with that,
I'll move item 16.
I'll second.
we have first and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you have an extra cookie? All right, we're skipping over item number 17 and moving on to item number 18, Fermin Preciado, change orders.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. This item is regarding change orders to development services and fire department purchases for fiscal year 21-22. The city's adopted fiscal year 21-22 budget includes approved expenditures for equipment purchases and also for the maintenance of both public works equipment and services, and also fire services equipment. Purchase orders to several different contractors and vendors were issued for these expenditures. Towards the end of the fiscal year, additional unexpected necessary traffic signal system repairs and also repairs to HVAC systems were required. They were due to various reasons. We had some traffic accidents that damaged traffic signal equipment and then repairs required by older HVAC systems. Staff is recommending that council formally approve change orders to the purchase orders with Econolite Systems and Allison Mechanical for the additional required repairs. The fire department also required the purchase of updated self-contained breathing apparatus equipment, and that was due to a mandatory nationwide OSHA and NFPA requirement. So a change order with All-Star Fire equipment is being proposed to cover the costs of the updated equipment. Staff is also requesting council authorize the city manager to approve a change order to the purchase order with Fire Apparatus Solutions for repairs to engine 552A. These required repairs were identified during a routine maintenance of the engine, and due to the continuous increase in cost of parts and labor for these types of repairs, a change order in the amount of $1,839 is necessary. The recommendations before you do not affect the current year's budget. The staff recommends that City Council approve recommendations 1 through 4 as listed in the report for this item. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Preciado. Are any questions of staff?
I will move item 1 through 4.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve items 1 through 4. If no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to item number 19, Jennifer Crawford, Project Management Services.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Since April 2021, staff has been engaged in implementing Phase 1 of the Tyler Munis ERP program. The finance system phase of the project is expected to go live in the second quarter of the current fiscal year, and the human capital management phase is expected to go live January 2023. In December, Council approved a professional services agreement with SDI, and over the past 8 months, they have been an asset to the city by ensuring that Tyler provides experienced project leads and implementation consultants for the different modules, that the city receives the services, trainings, and documents outlined in the Tyler contract, and reviews the Tyler billings and hours charged against our project. Based on their knowledge of our implementation issues with Tyler, their subject matter expertise, proven performance, and urgency to maintain the deadlines, staff recommends that SDI be retained for the next phase of the project. As detailed in the staff report, there is sufficient current year funding within the adopted budget to accommodate staff's recommendation, which is that you approve and authorize the city manager to execute agreement amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with SDI Presence LLC in the amount of $222,370 for project management services to complete the finance system Phase 3, human capital management Phase 2, and the huge lift of the enterprise permitting and licensing software, which we know it to be CityView, starting Phase 1. That's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you. Are any questions of staff?
No, but I'll move item 19.
And a motion is made to move item 19?
I'll second.
And a second. If for no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to item number 20, Megan Wolf, Five Winds Country Music Festival wrap-up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Sometimes a video can summarize an event better than words. So this evening, I'm gonna start up this report with with a short video here. The Five Winds Country Music Festival was held on Friday, June 24th from 6 to 10 p.m. and Saturday, June 25th from 12 to 10 p.m. The festival offered camping, two types, standard and preferred. A total of 87 campsites were sold. The entertainment included headliner Frankie Ballard on Friday and headliner Granger Smith featuring Earl Doubles Jr. on Saturday. 3 types of tickets were sold: Friday-only tickets, Saturday-only tickets, and 2-day tickets. A total of 1,657 tickets were sold. Attendees were provided the opportunity to participate in activities such as axe throwing, mechanical bull riding, and archery. In addition, they could purchase food, merchandise, and beverages. Leading up to the event, staff secured 3 sponsorships, one from American Eagle Construction, Lafferty Communities, and Brew Yucaipa, resulting in $3,000 in revenue. Marketing included posting on social media sites, the city website, a billboard off the 10 freeway, and a partnership with Odyssey, the second largest radio company in the United States and the parent company of K-Frog. Staff met with residents within a 1-mile radius leading up to the event, and residents were also provided letters offering free tickets to the event. A total of 209 residents requested the free tickets. Yucaipa Fire and the Yucaipa Police Department provided staffing services during the event, which included a medical tent and an incident command post. Following the festival, staff received positive feedback from those who purchased tickets, including the campers. In addition, feedback received was that the date of the event should change to fall in order to have cooler temperatures, and if we could find a material to keep the dust down. In addition, staff feels that there will be increased sponsorship partnerships if the event was moved to the fall. Staff will return to council at a later date for more detailed analysis of the timing of the event. The actual cost to hold the festival was $258,228, and revenues earned from the event was $184,501. The net cost of the festival was $73,272. In addition, staff received feedback from local businesses, including Stater Brothers, saying that they saw a significant increase in foot traffic and sales during the festival weekend. This concludes my report, and this evening, staff is recommending that council receive and file the Five Winds Country Music Festival wrap-up report and approve the 2023 Five Winds Country Music Festival. I can answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Are any questions of staff?
No, I do have a comment. I was a little concerned about the numbers. I didn't think that we were going to get there, and we didn't, but they were actually closer than I expected. I didn't think we were going to sell that many, but you know, kudos for you guys getting close. We'll work on it, and we'll turn it around next year.
We are planning a next year, right? Yes?
If council approves the second recommendation on the council report this evening, we will move forward with year 2.
By the way, it was an incredible event. It was a lot of fun. I was only there on Saturday, but I had a blast. So with that, if you want, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say that even though I think we were in the hole about 80,000, 79 something, and we gave away approximately, what, $500 in tickets for one day, or maybe $4,000 in tickets. There was an uptick in the businesses surrounding the event, including Stater Brothers. I'm sure if you went to Rite Aid and if you went to the Mexican restaurant there, I'm sure their business went up. So in a sense, we're going to get some of that revenue back anyway, in terms of taxes, where it can apply, not necessarily in food. But so it's kind of there's a bonus in that. Our businesses benefited from this event. So that's always a good thing, and that's what we want.
With that, I will move item 20, number 1 and 2.
I'll second.
All right, we have first and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Motion, item number 20 goes through, and we're moving on to item number 21. That's Ray Casey. Reducing the risk of fires by Ray Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item, as you suggested, as you said, is an effort to reduce the potential for fires in the community. And specifically, it's targeted at some of the high-risk areas in our community that could be subject to fires. And of course, we've seen over the last couple of weeks some pretty substantial fires in our area. And of course, it wasn't that long ago we had the El Dorado fire. And so essentially what this does is prohibits encampments in high fire severity zones, very high fire hazard severity zones, and makes that once they're posted, a violation of trespassing, essentially. It is an option that other cities have selected recently, in recent months, recent years, particularly during fire seasons, to try and mitigate those unlawful fires that sometimes start in these very high hazard severity zones. Staff has worked with the police department and fire department staff in establishing these. Unfortunately, our folks are out at incident command this afternoon, this evening, I should say, with respect to the flooding and the mudslides that have affected our community and certainly our neighbors in Oakland and Forest Falls. And so they're not able to be here this evening to provide further support for this effort, but they certainly do support the need for mitigating the potential for fires and I would say even floods in these high hazard zones, because some of these areas are not only susceptible to fires, they're also susceptible to floods that may follow the fires. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have this evening, but that's staff's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Any questions of staff?
Does the state of California, are they going to scrutinize something like this? I know how they protect the homeless, or they have a soft spot for homeless folks, but the areas in our city in the washes where they seem to congregate, are we going to legally be able to move them or to relocate them or do something about that?
We believe so. We believe others have been successful in doing that. And again, it's very high risk in these areas of fires in encampments that spread beyond the cooking fire that sometimes is how it starts. So we believe that others have gone down this path successfully, and we believe that we can do the same.
I'll move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to item number 22, Ryan Miller with the exclusive negotiating agreement with Brew Yucaipa.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. For your consideration this evening is approving an exclusive negotiating agreement with Brew Yucaipa to negotiate the purchase and development of the city-owned property adjacent to the existing brewery for expansion. In March of 2018, City Council approved and entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Brew Yucaipa, and economic circumstances and COVID-19 pandemic impacted Brew Yucaipa's ability to meet the terms of the previous agreement. Although the agreement for the subject site has expired, Brew Yucaipa is committed to completing the project under the terms of a new negotiating agreement, and the expansion period will take over phases of development. The first phase of the expansion on the property will be an expanding of the tasting room, adding a front patio, in addition a beer garden in between, and that is outdoor, and then also very nice, a kitchen, so they'll be able to serve food at their establishment as well. And then later down the road with phase 2 of construction, highlighted in the blue area here on the picture, There's a distillery, a further extension of the patio, beer garden, and tasting room. And the infrastructure for the first 2 phases of construction will also allow for future plans of a second-story office space, in addition to an upstairs deck with outdoor seating as well, too. The exclusive negotiating agreement will serve as the framework under which the city and Brew Yucaipa will enter into a development and disposition agreement. Once the DDA is negotiated, staff will return to City Council for approval. And Kate and Scott Daniels, the owners of Brew Yucaipa, are here in attendance tonight as well. And staff is recommending approval of the exclusive negotiating agreement. And that concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of staff?
Do we have timeframes?
The ENA does have timeframes. It is a year agreement, and within the first 6 months, going through the CUP process with planning, and then taking their conceptual designs to the Planning Commission as well for their recommendation.
All right.
I have a lot of confidence in Kate and Scott Daniels in this project, and so I'll move approval.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Just discussion. I really want to see this succeed. I know we've worked with you in the past on getting this before, and we've had some hiccups, but I really, really, really would like to see this move forward for the benefit of you guys especially. It'd be so great to see this addition to the Uptown. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carry it. Congratulations. Good luck. Moving on to item number 23, Todd Guchard, Pickleball.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. In October of 2012, City Council formally adopted the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The Parks and Recreation Master Plan is intended to provide a snapshot of recreation facilities available to residents and included an assessment of current conditions, quality, capacity, and functionality for each recreational facility. Since the Parks and Recreation Master Plan incorporated multiple user groups and their current future needs, it is very important resource used in the planning and implementation of proposed city projects. This information is critical as it ensures that the city park development projects considers all user groups' needs and minimizes impacts to those programs such as basketball and tennis. For the April 25th City Council meeting, city staff prepared a conceptual plan for the project to be presented that evening. The concept plan that included 4 exclusive pickleball courts on the west end of 7th Street Park, that are in the east-west direction, located on the existing 7th Street Skate Park, as well as construction of 2 dedicated basketball-only courts located at the existing 7th Street Theater building. At the City Council meeting, Council approved staff's request for the item to be removed from the agenda and to be placed on the agenda at a future meeting. Since then, staff has met with the Yucaipa Pickleball Planning Committee to update the proposed concept plan for review. That is this evening. Both the Pickleball Planning Committee and the board have approved the proposed concept plan. The proposed concept master plan and phasing plans are as follows. 1, the removal of the existing skate park equipment and construction of 4 pickleball exclusive courts going in a north-south direction. The installation of a steel cover over the 4 proposed courts that emulate or expand the existing steel cover that's over the basketball facilities. The installation of lighting under the proposed cover, and the demolition of the existing 7th Street Theater building. As you can see from this concept right here, phase 1, here's the existing 7th Street Skate Park. There's 4 courts going over here. The current new proposed cover will be ribbed this way as well and mimic the existing basketball courts. Phase 2 will include the installation of a small restroom facility at the existing 7th Street building location, as well as construct 5 pickleball exclusive courts in a north-south direction for a total of 9 pickleball exclusive courts, including those in phase 1. Phase 2, here's the current existing 7th Street Theater building, which will be demolished in phase 1, leaving area for 5 pickleball exclusive only courts. The estimated cost of the proposed Phase 1 improvements is $443,000, with $500,000 including the design and construction. And the estimated cost of the proposed Phase 2 improvements is $477,000. The adopted fiscal year 2022-2023 capital improvement program includes the amount of $500,000 for this project, which is Phase 1. Staff is recommending that City Council approve the revised conceptual pickleball master plan for the 7th Street Pickleball Facility and any revisions deemed appropriate, as well as approve Phase 1 of the 7th Street Pickleball Facility and any revisions deemed appropriate. That concludes my report. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Todd. Any questions of staff? Any comments?
I'd just like to, perhaps maybe we could hear from the Pickleball Association. if that's
Yes,
okay.
we do have Diane Smith up to speak, but before we do that, Mr. Duncan, do you have anything to add?
So we've completely aborted the Oak Glen Road project site?
Yeah, I think as a result of the original cost estimates, that required a lot of grading, the MPDS improvements, water quality improvements, and some of the other cost increases that we're experiencing across the board resulted in both the pickleball committee / board and staff looking at the 7th Street alternative. If you remember, that actually came from the pickleball board member at that April meeting, a suggestion about a concept at 7th Street. We have staff has since met with Diane a number of times, and then the committee, and ultimately, I think they presented it to their board. So that's how that's evolved since April. We had that plan in April, and a series of those meetings has resulted in this recommendation to you this evening.
But as far as safety is concerned, that location is not nearly as safe as the Oak Glen location. There's a lot of things that go on at that park, and I don't like that idea at all. But that's not a safe part of town, I mean, as far as safety is concerned. Do you agree or disagree?
If I may, I know there had been some vandalism issues and some loitering type issues that we have worked on from a staff level, both in terms of Public Works Rangers involvement and Police Department involvement. But I do think that there have been some safety concerns relative to the skate park. But I also think the skate park has been part of that challenge, if you will. And so with the removal of the skate park, I think we remedy some of the safety concerns that have been raised relative to the steel components and perhaps some of the vandalism issues that we have seen there.
When you refer to unsafe, are you referring to vandalism, or are you referring to people, accosting others, or?
I'm talking about basic people hanging around down there that shouldn't be there or need to be monitored a little closer.
How is that unsafe for the pickleball people?
How's that unsafe?
If there's loitering?
No, I'm not talking about loitering. I'm talking about vandalism. I'm talking about people that do things that they shouldn't do, especially if you got a bunch of people down there.
And good point with respect to that. Is there certain hours when this happens? Is it happening at night? Is it happening in the morning when the pickleball players are there? Is it, or would be there? Is there a?
For the most part, I believe the examples of or incidents of vandalism that we've seen have been at night.
Okay, because I agree is that many of our pickleball players are senior citizens, and I want to make sure that they feel safe and comfortable. But if there's no, but if the vandalism and those illegal activities are taking place at hours when they're not there, then we need to address that. But at this point, it doesn't seem like there's a threat to the players. If there was, we need to hear about it before we make a decision on whether to approve this or not. But it sounds like it doesn't seem to be that way. It's unfortunate that the sheriff or that the captain's not here to explain this further.
Well, I've been involved with this from the beginning. I've actually spoke with Diane. We actually were searching out different sites, and that was a site that, Oak Glen, was a site that we had come up with. But in the end, it was really up to the Pickleball Association. I supported whatever they wanted to do. I'm not the pickleball expert, they are, so I default to them, and if this is what they decided to do, then I support it. So that's why I'd like to hear from the Pickleball Association.
Okay, and we do have a speaker, Ms. Diane Smith. This is your opportunity.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and city council members. Our club has discussed this quite a bit, and we do play also at night. It's not just in the mornings, but the senior citizens are mostly there in the morning hours. And we think that the increase in activity at the park would deter the vandalism and teenagers looking for trouble. We haven't had, well, at least for the past year and a half, we haven't had any confrontation with anyone. And I think for the most part, the players feel safe. Right now, we play on the basketball courts, and we have 6 pickleball courts, and then we have racks that'll hold 4 paddles, and then they can feed in as soon as a court is available. And we have had all 5 courts going, plus 5 or 6 racks of people waiting. So we're just busting out of the seams, and we get more players all the time, especially now that the Redlands is closed for construction. We are really feeling the pinch. In terms of the community park location, we really wanted that. But when we look at the costs, we just didn't see how it was feasible. It was so much money, and we looked at taking away the retaining walls and all, reducing the numbers of courts just to try to get in the budget, and we would end up with like 4 courts, no retaining walls, and we just felt like we were giving up too much, and we couldn't come back to council and say, well, how about another $1 million? So we gave up that idea, and we thought, we found out a way to make it work at 7th Street. It's not our first choice, but at least it's reasonable and attainable. And we didn't feel like the community park would ever be available to us. As far as the plan, the board has looked at it and is comfortable with it. We think we could have phase 1 completed by the end of the fiscal year. And so that gives us 8 months or whatever it is to come up with a way to finance phase 2. So we've got some options we're going to look at this point at our board meeting this week. And we just feel like this is the only reasonable solution. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
I think you answered them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So with that, Mayor, I'd like to move agenda item 23, number 1 and number 2.
All right, we have a motion to approve item number 1 and 2 on item number 23. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
You have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, right now we'll go ahead. I'd like to adjourn the city council.
At this time, I'll go ahead and convene the Housing Authority. We have one item on our agenda. That's the approval of the August 8 minutes.
Also move.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
It carries. Okay, we'll go ahead and convene the joint city council and housing authority. And we'll go to item number 24, Ryan Miller, exclusive negotiating agreement.
Hello again. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For your consideration this evening is approving an exclusive negotiating agreement with Fountainhead Development to negotiate the purchase and development of a city-owned property located on the northwest corner of Yucaipa Boulevard and 5th Street. On September 27th of 2021, City Council and the Housing Authority approved Resolution 2021-58 declaring that real property owned by the city is surplus property and not necessary for the city's use. Staff is reporting to the Housing Authority today that the Surplus Land Act compliance review has been processed, and the HCD has sent a formal letter determining that the city has met all requirements and permitted to proceed with the sale of the property. Staff recommends that developing the property as commercial use given its prime location on Yucaipa Boulevard. The Fountainhead Development Group is prepared to work with the city to develop 1 to 2 fast casual dining restaurants. And this exclusive negotiating agreement will serve as the framework under which the city and Fountainhead will negotiate a development and disposition agreement. And once the DDA is negotiated, staff will return to City Council for final approval. Staff is recommending the approval of the exclusive negotiating agreement. And Mr. Tom Sweka, the developer, is in attendance tonight as well. And that concludes my presentation, and we are available for questioning.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments of staff?
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, the revisions handed out this evening do not require Housing Authority Board approval this evening. We just simply wanted to let the Housing Authority Board know about the final HCD determination. So the action this evening would just be the City Council.
Okay, very good.
Do I adjourn the Housing Authority then, or?
You can adjourn it after the meeting, after the discussion, after the council takes an action, but in terms of the action required, the Housing Authority doesn't have to take an action this evening.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve
I'll second.
and a first and a second. As part of the discussion, to be honest, I would have really liked to have seen a sit-down restaurant instead of a couple of fast food restaurants. But it is what it is, and it's going to be a benefit to our community. So if no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir.
So now I adjourn the Housing Authority.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearings.
I'm sorry, not sure who made, it was so quick. Not sure who made the motion in the second. You got the second. Who? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we got that straight. Item number 25, case number 22-063. And that will be Ben Matlock. And I'll open up the public hearing at this time.
All right, thank you all, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am happy to be here today with the proposed adoption of the city's cycle housing element update. Now, one, I do want to provide just kind of a general highlight of the process. As City Council is aware, it was certainly a unique housing element process to go through, especially with the numbers which they were. I also want to just kind of summarize the overall strategies and direction that was provided by City Council that guides this housing element update, and then also discuss some of the changes that followed with HCD's review. Now, City Council is aware, but certainly for the benefit of the public, state law does require that the general plan include a adopted housing element in compliance with state law. So this is one of the 9 mandatory elements of the city's general plan. And really, the purpose of the housing element is to address both the current needs and future needs of residents at all incomes and their housing needs within the city of Yucaipa. And one of the big factors that certainly governs the housing element process is the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, that sets kind of forward the standards or expectations of residential development over a 8-year planning cycle. And so that's usually the big kind of hurdle in terms of the housing element process to address, is how do we facilitate that development. Now, certainly, as part of, and certainly piggybacking off some of the discussions on pending legislation, there's been a lot of new laws that have come into effect that govern how cities plan for housing, how they review those, and certainly what the housing element should include. And so certainly a lot more focus on analysis and a lot more specificity in the process, and then certainly more penalties for cities that do not follow that process. And as kind of a narrative, if you ask pretty much any planner throughout the state of California, all these different laws have certainly had a consequence of delaying the adoption of the housing element for those. It's still very rare to have a certified adopted housing element in the SCAD region. So it's been definitely a challenge, and we've been working very hard to get to where we are today. And then certainly as part of the housing element, I do want to note as well, this isn't something that is just provided, but certainly a lot of input from stakeholders and the community at large, including a number of different community surveys, a number of study sessions with the city council, presentations at different committees and groups. We do have a page on the city's housing element. We've done a number of press releases, including one that was recently posted about the housing element. We attended a booth at the Music and Arts Festival, and then certainly provided a study session of the draft of the housing element already to both the Plan Commission and City Council. And so I do want to note, as part of the RHNA, since this is the big kind of element to the housing element, is we have a goal of 2866 units for the next 8-year cycle, broken down into the following affordability stuff. The RHNA itself is to provide housing for residents at all income levels. The RHNA itself is something that came about in the state in 1970, so it's been around for a while, but certainly a lot more teeth in it. I do want to note as well, and it's been passed out for a city council review, the mayor did sign a letter identifying the RHNA reform process with SCAD and kind of noting that these numbers are pretty excessive, and the numbers for many jurisdictions. And so if we're trying to be successful, having pretty high numbers kind of makes it a little bit tough. Even if we do everything that we possibly could do, it's still a pretty insurmountable task, but we've certainly tried to create a pragmatic plan to get us there. And I do want to note as well, part of the shortfall, so housing itself, even with the RHNA numbers, is an important issue for the community. EDAC, as well as our community surveys, did note that there's, some limited, housing types within the community. And ultimately, because of these deficiencies, families aren't able to move back to the city. So if they have kids that graduate to college, it's a lot harder for them to come back. Those families then in turn, play in the baseball leagues and everything like that. And so there is the idea that we need to address those deficiencies. And then certainly the housing element, as part of the strategy, is focused a lot on affordable housing, since that tends to be the most cost deficient type of housing to build. It requires a lot more support for that to come to fruition. But reality is that the housing element is to provide a balance for all income levels and really look at housing across a broad spectrum of Yucaipa residents. And so I'm going to cover generally the strategies that were included in the housing element based on city council direction. Includes elements for the above moderate and moderate housing, including small lot subdivision opportunities, leveraging the RLRS and specific plans to help support higher end housing. An example of this is some of the provisions in the Freeway Corridor specific plan update that's targeting those moderate and above moderate. One country specific plan is another example that would target above moderate. And then certainly do want to note that with these pipeline different projects in place, is that it does help meet those categories of the RHNA. And then certainly the other strategies included for the more affordable housing included these 7 topics: mobile home park, uptown, the Freeway Corridor, College Village, Oakland Road, ADUs, and then using the essentially a corridor development opportunity reserve, so allowing for mixed-use development along Yucaipa Boulevard between 2nd and 14th Street as a way to facilitate some of those more affordable housing type projects. I do want to note that HCD has signed off on these different strategies, and then as part of their review did provide additional modifications to help meet what they require for their state statute. And then as a summary, City Council did direct staff to a 15% buffer and no more in terms of providing the housing, and so this housing element does maintain that 15%. And then I do want to note, just kind of as part of the initial draft review, we did submit this to HCD and they provided some comments. And so a lot of what they had asked for is to clarify details, add a little bit more specificity on programs. And so, for example, as Uptown District, they wanted a little bit more information on the small lot analysis and consolidation program. So because we do have a lot more smaller lots in the Uptown, they want to make sure that that isn't an impediment for development. As an example, the city's senior housing project was subject to this. It was a bunch of smaller disparate lots that were combined for a housing project. So we've been successful on that. We do have a track record. And so really it's memorializing what that process is and setting it stage to say we do have a plan to address this, so that if state review or a interested, third parties looking at what cities are doing, they can kind of help us. It helps us show our work, I guess, in the most simplistic way. I do want to note as well, ADUs was provided a little bit more conservative numbers, so that way if we had 1 year that was a little bit slow, we wouldn't have to then re-figure out our housing element program. And then we certainly do add some programs to encourage ADUs. And then one last part that's been a lot of effort working with state is the affordable housing density. The baseline that they use is 30 dwelling units per acre. However, as City Council is aware, we've had a number of projects that have been below that, using the RM24 to provide affordable housing. And so we've been working a lot with them to help demonstrate that track record and make sure that we don't have to go up zone areas, even though we've been successful in the past. And so really been able to make a lot of headway with the state reviewers on that. Additional notes for consideration, certainly leveraging, providing infrastructure to support new development, providing funding. So the EIFD study session that we had recently is an example of a way to support housing. PLHA funds through the county, being able to tap into that where cities really haven't been exposed to that will also help. And then certainly leveraging the city's facade improvement program to help support these different strategies. And then certainly recognizing that the housing elements for a broad spectrum of housing, and so making sure that as we go through the process and try to encourage housing, it's not tailored to one market or another. It's not affordable housing as the priority. It's everyone, and try to make sure that we're addressing those elements. Now, as kind of a general structure, the housing element is broken down into kind of 3 tiers. You have goals that kind of set the ideal kind of framework, policies that help implement that, and then programs that include specific actions. And so there's a lot of the HCD review was towards the programs and adding a little bit more specificity on those and more measurable criteria for success. And then the housing element is broken into 5 different topics: housing, neighborhood quality, housing sites, housing design, housing assistance, and fair housing. Many of the different topics and the programs are consistent with what the housing element was before, but kind of restructured a little bit in its layout to comply with some of the state housing requirements. So, for example, fair housing was in a number of our different policies, but with a new state law that addresses fair housing, it's now its own standalone topic, just to really be deliberate on that topic, at least, so that when they're reviewing it, it's not going through the weeds, but it's a little bit more upfront. But that's part of it. And then I do want to note as well, really the housing element is an evolution of the city's housing element already in the general plan. We're not necessarily introducing new items, new groundbreaking topics. It really is an evolution of what the 2016 general plan had, but then really augmenting some of the different programs to be a little bit more successful in the future. So a little bit more by right stuff, a little bit more emphasis on facilitating development or streamlining processes to help ensure that it's done effectively, but maintaining the overall tenor of what the general plan had already included. Do want to note as well that the housing element, because of the more evolutionary approach, so it isn't a bunch of new stuff, really doesn't necessarily change the impacts from the 2016 general plan. So with that, an addendum has been prepared for the environmental review that show that the impacts that were anticipated in 2016 with that general plan still apply today, because these are more or less strengthening or augmenting the existing programs that were part of that general plan. I do want to note as well that the Plan Commission did review this at their May 18th, 2022 Plan Commission meeting, and they were supportive of the direction of the housing element and did vote to recommend approval. During that review, the city had submitted another draft to HCD for review. As part of that, HCD did come back with some additional comments for the city to consider. Do want to note, similar to other cities, the target for approval kind of seemed to be different, different topics that weren't an issue before, they wanted clarification on. And so really to help streamline it and really to make sure that we're not guessing on what answers they're looking for, how to best answer it, we did continue the city council meeting, and essentially I had one-on-one calls or calls with HCD staff on Fridays to go over each individual topic, and we would spend 30 minutes go, what are you looking for? We're doing this, we've already have this record, what can we do that would make sense to address the issue without going overboard or just spending a lot of time doing analysis that has no value to the housing element. And so with that, the housing element does include some minor tweaks, and so from the Planning Commission review to City Council, those changes are shown as highlighted text, and really just add a little bit more specificity, but the topic and the approach of the housing element remains functionally the same. And so with that, the next steps is the submittal for HCD for their final review. That is in process right now. We are here before City Council for the adoption of the housing element, and then after that is done is we implement some of the different programs. And so one of those programs is the rezone of the city-owned property at Avenue E and Oakland Road as part of strategy number 5. And this is also consistent with a ENA that was previously approved by City Council. And so this would be essentially tonight we could accomplish 2 different parts of our housing element, which is adoption and then one of the strategies. And that's a good head start, I guess, to the housing element, and we'll keep working on everything else. So with that, that's my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments of staff?
I have a,
I typically go left, but go ahead.
okay. Page 380, number 1, it says the mobile home park overlay. Overlay will be modified to allow the current permitted 24 per acre in a by right process. Is that the, I know a number of years ago, we took a few of those out of the overlay. I think it was 6 or 7 different parks. Are we only talking about those 7 different parks?
That is correct. So the mobile home park overlay 3, which was the conversion, essentially we would streamline that process to make it a little bit easier to go through, but it's those same parks. Yes.
Well, I would suggest that we increase that number from 7 to, I'm not sure how many, but maybe we need to look at that again to help us with those RENA numbers.
Yeah, we can come back to council with that. And you can amend the RENA during this 8-year cycle if council so chooses.
Okay.
We're going to amend it to include more mobile home parks in the redevelopment? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's an overlay district that allows, there's 7 different parks that if they chose to, they were pretty rough parks, and if they chose to build 24 per unit, what is it? 24 units per acre?
Correct, yeah.
They were allowed to do that by right. And we only allowed 7 different parks, but I know that there might be others that would qualify, so. It's just a suggestion.
Oh, I agree with that.
Okay, we'll bring that back to council for consideration.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, do I hear a motion?
It's a good element. I'll make a motion we approve.
I'll second.
Do we have any public comments on this? And then
This is item number 25. I have no public comment on this item.
And then I will have to read the ordinance, which is the rezone of the site. So let me pull that up right now. So ordinance number 407 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Yucaipa, California, amending ordinance number 343, amending the official land use plan and zoning ordinance of the City of Yucaipa.
Okay, and I should close the public hearing also. So, do we have a motion? Let's do it again.
I make a motion that we approve the draft housing element.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to item number 26, case number 21-045. This is the Riverwalk Senior Development. Open up the public hearing, and the presenter will be
Maddie Jordan.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. The applicant has presented case number 21-045, a general plan amendment to change the land use designation of a property from RM72C, multiple residential, to RM24, which is the high-density multiple residential zone. As a part of the project application, it also includes a land use compliance review, variances, a density bonus agreement, and architectural review. The site is located on a parcel that is 5 gross acres between Avenue E and Bella Vista Drive. There are 3 residential buildings on the site proposed to be demolished as a part of the development and were evaluated during the environmental review process and deemed to have no historical significance. The existing land use district, as mentioned, is RM72C, and surrounding land uses include a mobile home park to the west, single-family residences with deep lots that accommodate a drainage channel is directly to the south, and then additionally, across the street is a project site which has an existing approved entitlement, case number 21-086, which was for 52 senior units. And that can be seen on the graphics with the blue star, and the project site is highlighted with the red star. Some prior history on the site and previous actions include a prior approval for case number 14-085, which was tentative track map 19900 for an 18-lot single-family residential subdivision. The design proposed for that project avoided the portion of a blue line stream, which is on the southern property line, and the current project design brought before you today also intends to avoid impacts to this drainage area, and the proposed project design reflects this to the greatest extent possible. So the general plan amendment associated with this project is again for the high-density multiple residential RM24 land use designation, and this meets the development code's minimum district size requirement for 5 acres, as this project site is 5 gross acres. And the general plan amendment would therefore permit projects with a base density of 20 to 24 dwelling units per acre. Concurrent with the general plan amendment and contingent on its approval, the applicant has also provided a project-specific land use compliance review application, which would include 150 senior apartment units in a 3-story U-shaped apartment complex building. I do want to note that pursuant to the development code, multifamily projects within the RM24 land use district are permitted by right. So for a conservative analysis, as a part of the initial study, we also evaluated a 120 unit non-age restricted project. Some notable features as a part of the project design include street improvements to 3rd Street. There will be 2 detention basins to accommodate engineering drainage requirements, as well as some decorative entrance features. Site amenities include a pool and spa, barbecue facilities, dog parks, an open lawn area, common area landscaping, a trail around the perimeter of the project site, and then parking is consistent with AB 744, which requires no more than 0.5 parking spaces per rental senior housing projects. This project actually provides a surplus of 71 spaces as a part of this project design. And again, a density bonus agreement consistent with our density bonus procedures in the municipal code has also been requested, which would allow a 25% increase in the density for senior housing projects with an RM24 land use designation. Therefore, the effective density of the project would become 30 dwelling units per acre, and similar to other projects would require a formal density bonus agreement to be approved by the City Council. A development code compliance chart is seen before you on the screen, and with approval of the general plan amendment, the project would be in compliance with the RM24 development code requirements and design guidelines. There are 2 variances requested as a part of the project. One, to allow a total of 80% of 150 units in lieu of 35%. And then the second variance is to allow reduced private open space for both ground floor and second floor units. These variances would help facilitate the maximum number of households, 150 units, under the general plan and density bonus agreement. And some of the site constraints include the drainage channel along the southern property line, as well as other standards such as parking, lot coverage, and public open space requirements. Findings for approval have been included as a part of the agenda packet and ultimately highlight the lifestyle habits of the proposed demographic, as rental senior housing projects would serve fewer people than a typical apartment unit intended for families. So the floor plans are shown before you on the screen and include 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. The 1-bedroom units will provide 650 square feet of habitable space, and there will be 120 within the development, and there will be 30 2-bedroom units, which provide 980 square feet of living space. The elevations are before you on the screen and reflect a craftsman architectural style with some modern interpretations and additional elements such as standing seam metal roofs with gable roofs and veneer accents along the base of the structure. Here's a rendering from within the proposed development. And then here's a 3D rendering, which shows the northernmost entrance vantage point, reflecting some of the enhanced landscaping along the frontages, and then a plaza area at the front of the site. Conceptual landscaping is before you on the screen and would ultimately be reviewed as a condition of approval by the city's contract landscape architect. One comment was received for the proposed development, blocking views and detracting from a real rural community feel. They also felt that the previously improved entitlement would fit better with the surrounding area, but it should be noted that Yucaipa's General Plan and Development Code do not have policies to protect views from private properties, and that additionally the current land use designation of the site is multiple residential and would permit a multifamily development with a base density of 8.7 units per acre, or a senior development with a density of up to 17.4 senior units per acre through the density bonus procedure process and conditional use permit application, and that totals 87 units. So a mitigated negative declaration was prepared in compliance with CEQA for this project and was submitted to the State Clearinghouse beginning on June 10th, 2022 for a 20-day review period. And again, it provided a conservative analysis for not just the current project proposal, the 150 senior housing units, but also that the baseline general plan amendment and new established land use designation with approval of the GPA could allow for a standard 120-unit family development, and all impacts were determined to be less than significant. The Planning Commission reviewed this item at the August 3rd, 2022 regular meeting, and some key items discussed included parking demand that would occur following the development, the overall height of the apartments, avoidance of the drainage area and how it relates to the proposed variances, and the appropriateness of a general plan amendment to rezone this area, in particular given the amount of general plan projects that have been submitted to the city. Planning Commission ultimately supported the project, noting that the project would help provide housing options for the growing senior population with the community. From a fiscal standpoint, the project will receive about a $20,000 credit for the single-family residence to be demolished, but will contribute approximately $1.7 million to the Development Impact Fee Program. Here are some site photos. This is the property across the street that has an approved entitlement for 52 senior units. So it's staff's recommendation that council conduct a public hearing and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt resolution number 22-40 with recommendations 1 through 7 before you on the screen.
All righty, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments of staff?
Just for clarification for the audience, I understood you did it in your presentation, but in order to mitigate all the parking and traffic issues, this developer went ahead and converted it from regular family housing to senior housing?
Not necessarily. The senior housing senior housing and density bonus requirements have slightly different parking requirements. And so given this is a senior housing development within a half mile of transit, AB 744 is state legislation saying that they have a reduced parking requirement. And
So it was
the
never, it
project-
was never intended to be a regular family housing project?
No,
Okay.
it was submitted as a senior housing project.
Okay.
Okay, before we close the public hearing, we do have 3 speakers. The first one is Judy Main.
Hi, I'm Judy Main. Do I need to do the address? Yes?
Judy, you can go ahead and
You're not
speak.
required. Yeah.
Not required, okay. My greatest concern is that we are beginning to allow developers to come in and change our general plan. And by going high density, I know that puts more housing on the state of California. It makes us look good, but it also allows 3-story units that are going in housing areas that are single-story or 2-story homes. It scares me to see if you look at this lightly and just amend our general plan, because this will continue to happen in future developers coming in wanting to change it. So I'm just asking, take it very seriously when you change things. It does affect the surrounding neighborhoods, and 3-story buildings are something that really I don't think fit in a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alec McKinney. Any McKinney there?
I think he is in the back. Coming forward.
Thank you. And audience, please hold your applause. The more applause we have, the longer this evening's going to take, and there's another item that's going to take a lot of time. So we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. Mr. McKinney, go ahead.
Yes, so I wish not to be timed to the dot because I have a speech disability, so that's not actually fair. So I'm strongly against the council making any changes to the general plan. I am confident that SB 9 will not continue. That much longer in our state because our population in California is actually declining the past couple of years. And then I imagine it's going to continue to slowly decline because of the low birth rates. Then also too, like people just can't afford the higher cost of living here as well. So there are 1.2 million empty homes in California as of March 2022. If California wants to solve the housing crisis, the issue is more so up to how we handle that. Essentially, like the real housing crisis is that investors are only sitting on properties just to make a profit off of them, because across the world, California has the most prime real estate, and that's the real issue. And then changing the general plan will invite further changes down the road, and the character of our city is strongly at risk. I would like to also state that it's estimated that California has a deficit of 1 million units. However, as mentioned, there are 1.2 million empty homes owned by investors. So like, why doesn't the state tackle that? Because we don't want to tackle, because the state doesn't want to go after wealthy people at all. So it seems to me that the housing crisis is actually caused by these same investors who want to put in the 3-story units into our town. I am not against the development of this lot. I admit it makes me upset as I have a personal history here, and I helped a friend several years ago farm tomatoes at the site for local farmers markets. I'd rather the land be used for agrarian purposes as it was, but I understand the change. Then like the owners have a right to want to change it. But 2 stories is fine to stay with. We do not need to change the general plan. 3-story structures do not belong in Yucaipa. If stuff like this continues to go through, Yucaipa will end up as depressing as any other soulless inland empire city. Our traffic will be unbearable, just like it is everywhere else. The North Bench should stand with us if they change the general plan for projects like Riverwalk and on 3rd Street and Fallbrook Meadows on 2nd Street. They are more likely to approve changing the North Bench's general plan, if not tonight, but in the future, if we continue to just let stuff like this go pass and go through just for the sake of putting in a couple extra units. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our last speaker on this item is John McKinney.
Yeah, I'll be pretty quick. That was my son, Alec, and it takes balls to get up and talk in front
I
of
agree.
people when you have a stuttering problem. And you know what? We all feel very passionate about what we're talking about tonight, and I'm very proud of him. I think the big problem we look at, and it really bothers us, we have this high density thing starting to creep in, and if it goes down here, it's kind of like crack. You smoke it one time, you want to take another hit. Well, the greed factory is going to be going overtime. And with the North Bench people, I understand where they're coming from. Our neighborhood, my family's been here for 74 years, it'll be 75 and next year. We aren't the people trying to get a U-Haul to get the hell out of here. We want to be here for another 100 years. We love the area, but if we keep going from residential to high density in 3 stories, the town we love won't be here. Yeah, but I do appreciate you guys, at least like the Calamasa City Council that canceled one night and then got together the next day to vote in a bunch of warehouses. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk in front of you. And, But again, I agree with everybody that talked before me on this, and I hope you really weigh it and think about it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mayor, we have one more speaker. He filled in 27, but he wanted to speak on this item. His name is Arthur Walter. And
Okay.
he's right behind me. He's ready to come to the podium.
Getting old, I guess. I'm Arthur Walter, live at 13428 2nd Street, Yucaipa. What I wanted to take and say was the high-density apartments that were already rejected by most of the Planning Commission. I feel as though if anybody's going ahead with this, I for one, am not even in agreement with even building that area up. 2nd Street is a small street. It's overcrowded the way it is. And here we go taking and trying to put in 200 units and who knows what after that. First off, it's an elementary school. We've got kids that are going to get hurt if we keep taking and putting them in like sardines. And once that happens, I want to know who's going to take responsibility here. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you now have affected every last student and family at the Calamasa Elementary School. They should be notified and asked and have their voices heard for what you people are about to do. I think it's wrong, and I don't think any plan was put in place. From what I understand, the traffic reports that were given were done while the school was not in session. It was done back in July 28th, 21. COVID was around during that time period and the streets were empty. How you can do a traffic report during that time period, I'll never know. They generally take and park their cars all on the streets. They walk their kids to school. The neighborhood just can't take it, but that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Did you also want to speak on item number 27?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's the one I was told it was, but it wasn't.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
This is time for rebuttal. Does staff have any rebuttal for the concerns expressed by the speakers?
Staff doesn't, but the applicant can come up and provide a presentation and rebuttal. I do want to note, I think for the last public comment, that was in regards to a different project that is not scheduled for tonight's meeting. So if he is interested in speaking, I would recommend that once that notice is sent out, that he attends that city council meeting.
Okay.
Mayor, council members, good evening. Craig Heaps, Via Buena Drive in Yucaipa. I appreciate Alec getting up and his father and Miss Main as well. I do want to say it might have been important to have addresses because each one of them live towards an apartment project over on 2nd Street and County Line Road that is the subject of something coming up in 2 weeks, but not related specifically to this project, although I do appreciate their comments and take them seriously. The project before you, I've been doing projects in Yucaipa since 2005 and have several that are under construction right now. We finally got past the design stage into construction. So that's a good thing. I've worked on, in the past, I've worked on mainly condo projects, things of that nature. I've done some senior projects. They've been mostly affordable. This one is a market rate project. This is for people that are looking to either downsize and stay in Yucaipa or move into Yucaipa and are looking for a market rate senior project. It has quite a few amenities. It does have elevators. It does have a pool in the back. It does have a jacuzzi, barbecues, gardening area, a walkway, an outdoor patio area covered for people to sit on, a walking area that goes around the entire perimeter of the project. It is block on 3 sides, and then tubular fencing on the side where you have the creek area. I think we put a lot of thought into putting this together to be a very efficient project that makes sense. The houses on the side over here are elevated up on a hill that are above the project, so that even though this is 3 stories, it will be below these lines. Back here is a mobile home park with a block wall. Over on this side, there's the block wall. And I do want to note that the condos that are going to come in on that side, the road and everything else are prior to where the condos actually are. So I don't feel like we're impeding anybody in any way. So I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, I understand Ms. Main had a concern about the developers changing the general plan. Can you address that, or did you already address that and I just didn't catch it?
No, obviously when we were looking at the property to make it work for senior and for market rate, we went to we wanted to utilize the RM24 zoning, which allows for 30 in the senior area, to design the project to make it work. I do want to point out that we have put in there's a 10% affordable low-income component in this project as well. So, I mean, partially to make the project work, partially for the arena numbers, partially to put in a variety of income on the property too. But we're doing 10%. It's all developer financed. It's no government money, no subsidies, et cetera, et cetera.
So in essence, what you say is that it's allowed in the general plan, and I don't know the sections or anything like that, but that's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that that there is the opportunity to request that zoning in the general plan. It is a zoning in the city of Yucaipa. It is zoned RM already, the property. We just have asked for the RM24 designation.
Okay. I think you answered everything else. That's it. Are there any more speakers on this subject? Hearing none? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to discussion. So we have no discussion? Or do you want to say something?
Are we're going to discuss it here, and we're going to discuss it with the public, or? So, in reference to not changing Yucaipa, I moved here in '81, and it broke my heart when I saw those trees die, those orange trees die on the boulevard. And a lot of things have changed in California since 1981, and the 4 of us, the 5 of us up here, we absolutely feel the same way that the general public in Yucaipa, regardless of what district they live in. We would like to not only just keep it the way it is, quite frankly, I'd like to roll it back 20 years and just keep it there. But the reality is that we, as elected officials and staff, we get a lot of pressure from the state of California. Right now, when we have a project like this come before us, any project that comes before us, quite frankly, we look at it and we try to choose the lesser of the 2 or 3 evils. The evils are that if you start growing and building and growing and building and people start moving here from Los Angeles, then you create a lot of problems for the residents that are already here, a lot of problems that affect me, because I live here and I've lived here since '81. The bottom line is a project like this, even though it's 3 stories, it does help satisfy some of the threats, and I want to say that again for clarity's sake, some of the threats that have been given to us from the state. The state has mandated that we start 2,866 houses in the next 7 years. They've mandated that. And because they've mandated that, they have said that if we don't do that, and I know we don't really believe this as a civilized, as the city of Yucaipa, we don't believe this, but this is the pressure that we're under. They're saying that they will take away our rights to zone, which means that they can build anything they want, anywhere they want, even anywhere in town. So we have to decide, this project right here, it helps satisfy the RENA numbers big time. It's senior, so there's going to be less crack smoking, pot smoking there in theory. Even though I've never smoked crack, I don't know how addictive it is, but so we look at this project, or I look at this project here, I'm not speaking for my colleagues, I look at this project here and I go, yeah, that's a big project. It's a nice project. It looks a lot like things I see in other cities, but does it really, is it the lesser of the 3 or 4 or 5 evils that we have coming down the pipe? And honestly, folks, we've got a lot of crap coming down the pipe from the state of California. And we're standing against it as much as we can. But I think it's a good project. I think it helps us satisfy some of the numbers that we have to satisfy. And I support the project.
Mr. Thorpe, anything?
I think I agree with most of what he said, so I support it as well.
Mr. Bogue?
Well, I think I'm having a surreal moment here because over the last 12 years that I've been on council, I think I have fought almost every high density, and I see people chuckling and laughing. I literally have fought developers. I've been opposed to all the high density housing, and I'm usually talking to an empty facility here, an empty city hall. I'm talking to no one, but I am fighting against it. I've been fighting against it, and my colleagues know that every time we go into negotiations, I'm the biggest pain in the rear end. I fight against this stuff, but I can't fight everything. And so I've made a decision that if they convert some of these into senior housing projects, I'm more apt to accept. And so it would be unfair for me to fight all these years and then I make a determination that I will accept senior housing projects because I don't believe that they have the impacts that the family projects do. I don't think the traffic's the same. I don't think the parking's the same. So I am reluctant. I am reluctant for accepting the high density, but I have to accept something. And so that has been my position for many, many years. Although I'm not going to be on council much longer, I want you guys to know that I look at this housing element, and there's dozens of things in that housing element you guys didn't get to see, but I fought against every single one of those. I fought against the one on the College Village. I had fought against all these different high-density, low-income housing units that they want to put in your neighborhood. And I feel like a lot of the time I was standing here alone. But I have made an exception for senior housing. I think it's different. I think Yucaipa has always been known as a senior community. So I accept it because it is a senior housing project.
Gentlemen, for me, I had to wrestle through this one also. My major concern is the 3-story. And while it is an attractive project, I still have reservations about the height. But like Bobby Duncan and Mr. Bogue, this is for seniors from low income to market rate. And we do have a significant senior population. And as we age, including me, we tend to look to downsize somehow, some way from what we have. Again, I've wrestled with this, and gentlemen, I would be in favor should the vote come to ask for approval of this project. So I believe the public hearing has been closed at this time. If
apologies, I do need to read the ordinance if the application is so moved.
if you will.
Okay, so it's ordinance number 411, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Yucaipa, California, amending ordinance number 343, amending the official land use plan and zoning ordinance of the City of Yucaipa.
With that, do I hear a motion to approve this project?
I'll make it.
We have a first.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. If no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Before we move on to item number 27, folks, I need to take a short break. Please indulge me because it's going to be a long evening after this. So I'd like to take 5 minutes. Everybody can get a refreshment or whatever you need to do. So just real fast, 5 minutes.
That's why you couldn't find me. It wasn't because I was eating donuts. I said, not cookies, donuts.
They're discussing your case over there.
We're gonna see what they say. Huh? Yeah, I do too, but we'll see what he wants. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll take your seats. Thank you very much for your indulgence. We're going to move on to item number 27. And we're open up the public hearing for item number 27, premium land development on behalf of Yucaipa 52 LLC, case number 22-122. And the presenter will be Matlock.
All right. I'll try to be relatively quick because we do have a number of public comments, and so I do want to be mindful of everyone's time. Before you is case number 122. It's an appeal of the Plan Commission recommendation of denial for case number 20-136, a plan development project that includes a preliminary development plan and tentative track map, TTM 20375, final development plan for proposed Serrano Estates project, which would establish 51 single-family residential lots on lots greater than 12,000 square feet, and then several other lots, and then 27 remainder lot that would include space for vineyards as well as permanent open space. The project itself is located on a 52-acre site east of Yucaipa Ridge Road, right at the northern city limits. The property itself is currently under the RL1, Rural Living 1 acre minimum gross lot size, and within the custom home overlay. Development does surround parts of the project, including low-density residential to the west, very low density, and a vineyard and winery to the north, and then vacant lots to the south and east. And then there's also an easement for the United States Forest Service for Yucaipa Ridge Road along the western edge. Do you want to give some history? This project is in lieu of a previously approved project. TTM 14297 was originally approved in the county in 1989, which consisted of 33 single-family lots and a 11.9 acre remainder parcel. This map itself had gone through a number of extensions and renewals, with the most recent in 2016, and that project has since expired. Now, as I noted, this project consists of a preliminary development plan. This essentially establishes the land use breakdown of the site and development standards for it. There are 4 different planning areas that are proposed within the project. Planning area A is about 12 acres, which would allow for agricultural uses, specifically the planting of vineyards to support the North Cork Winery located north of the site. Planning area B is 27 acres and would include 51 single-family lots, as well as 16 of those lots to be age-restricted to those 62 or older. Planning area C is open space consisting of about 10 acres, and then area D is a landscape buffer between the vineyards and the residential units, and that's about 3 acres. As part of the plan development review, the city's development code does include provisions for the establishment of a plan development application. It is intended to facilitate the development where greater flexibility in design is desired, to provide more efficient land use, so it's allowing some flexibility in that process for housing projects and other related type of projects in the city. I do want to note that it is a tool to provide flexibility in the design. However, it is subject to approval following recommendation from the Plan Commission by City Council. These provisions essentially create the standards that would then apply. So this is in lieu of following the RL1 and custom home overlay standards. I do want to note that because of that, the standards itself have not been approved. So the final development plan, which would be the subdivision, would then have to follow the approval of the plan development once that is done. And so I do want to note that the applicant's letter of intent also identifies that this project is a deviation from the RL1 and custom home overlay standards, is essentially creating bespoke standards for this area. And therefore that review is to City Council. I do want to note as well, as part of the letter of intent and correspondence with the applicant, the project itself has a few kind of high overarching goals. One is the development of single family lots. Following the RL1, which is 1 lot per gross acre, and a site of 52 acres, they're proposing a not to exceed amount of 52 lots, or 51 specifically with this proposal. As part of it, they do identify that the site is designed to avoid certain key topographical features, including a drainage channel along the east. So kind of in the background, I do kind of show where that drainage channel is, kind of guiding the site design. Some of the change of the elevation along the northern end of the site, and then some of the fault risk that's also located along the northern side of the project. They also do want to provide opportunity for agrarian activities, which is the vineyard, and then also provide connectivity to existing streets in the area. And then, as I noted, so the plan development is what establishes the standards to which a project would be approved to. And so the city's development code does allow the concurrent review of that proposal, and that's as identified as TTM 20375, which is the 51 single-family lots of the plan development. Does include additional lot for that other planning area, which is the open space and vineyards, letter lots for detention basins, and then this project's designed as a single-phase map. So they will be required to record all the lots as part of one single phase of project. And so this kind of gives a unencumbered view of the subdivision design that's proposed. Now, as part of the project, they will be required to complete a number of different improvements as part of the project design. This includes frontage improvements along Yucaipa Ridge Road, including the widening of Yucaipa Ridge Road along their particular frontage. They do propose, as part of their site design, a 30-foot landscape stream bed that would connect from Yucaipa Ridge Road to essentially a block wall where the residential units would start. And then they do include, that's not reflected on the TTM exhibit provided, a modified design to the U.S. Forest Service area. And that's identified in the conditions of approval, but not necessarily in the map. So ensuring that their improvements to Yucaipa Ridge Road are wholly contained on their property, not using the Forest Service easement, which is on privately held property next door. As part of the internal street work, they are proposing a 50-foot right-of-way design with a 7-foot multi-purpose trail into the easement, or into an easement within the residential lots. And then they also include a multi-purpose trail to the north of the residential unit. So if you kind of look on here, it's on the right-hand side, kind of where that street is, includes a multi-purpose trail connection, and that was reviewed by the city's Trails and Open Space Committee. The applicant did provide a rendering of kind of the subdivision design showing the residential neighborhoods, the single-family lots, and then to the top of the screen is where the vineyards would start with a landscape buffer provided as well. This project itself is subject to environmental review, and so an MND was prepared in compliance with the CEQA guidelines. This is specifically for a 51 residential lot project, and then the rest as open space features. And then was made available for public review, and no comments were received. And then a number of different studies were provided to help support the analysis for this project. Certainly, given by the number of people in attendance, a number of project comments were received during our project notice period. The staff report does provide kind of a summary of the different concerns, but I'll briefly touch on them very quickly. One is certainly a big topic of concern with those comments was the lot sizes and the plan development. The RL1 itself is for one lot per gross acre, not necessarily net. So the RL1 doesn't require 43,560 square feet of residential area. And the plan development approach is a way to provide provisions or flexibility in development standards. However, the City Council and Plan Commission may determine if those standards are appropriate. As part of the review, the Plan Commission did note concerns with the lot sizes and more specifically the transition from these residential lots to the surrounding environment and whether or not a more appropriate design would help ease that transition a little bit more effectively than what was proposed. There were some concerns about traffic, specifically the 399 daily trips that are proposed with this residential unit mix. As part of that traffic analysis, that 399 trips breaks down into 39 trips per peak hour, or essentially less than one car a minute. Some additional comments related to Yucaipa Ridge Road and making sure that those streets would be widened, since it right now has kind of a weird kind of pop out in a section, so it kind of meanders a little bit, so there was a concern about that, and making sure that it does not encroach upon the neighboring property for that U.S. Forest Service easement. Concerns about sewer connection, making sure that we're not adding 51 new septic tanks to that area, and so as part of the project design, they are required to connect to sewer, and so they provide an exhibit from the connection of Bryant Street and Ivy to the project. And then another concern that was brought up a few different times was concerns about animal raising, since a number of the neighbors do have horses. As part of the required CCNRs, as part of the city's development code or standard conditions, they are required to do a disclosure to future residents that animals may be nearby, and so it's not considered a nuisance for those that are moving in. And then, so as part of that, the approval of this project wouldn't necessarily impact existing animal raising. However, it would be limited on site due to the lot sizes that are proposed. And then some additional comments were provided as part of this. One, I guess, to note, one is the remainder parcel detail. The map currently shows 51 lots and then a remainder parcel, so those concerns whether or not future development would be permitted. Conditions of approval 18 and 19 have been added to address this concern, and it follows the plan development limitations or what was identified in their standards, and then the applicant will revise that as a numbered lot with those restrictions as well. And then another note I do want to clarify is the correlations between this project and the wine country specific plan. This project itself is not within the wine country specific plan. The specific plan has different standards that are proposed. And the PC members, as part of their discussion, did note the transition efforts of the wine country specific plan approach is a little bit different than this. And so that was part of their recommendations, was perhaps to leverage some of those features. However, I do want to note as well that this applicant's goal is to implement some of that vision from the wine country specific plan efforts and using the site's opportunity challenges to help address that, and then using the vineyards to add agrarian views for that area. Now, as part of the project review, the determination first is needed on the plan development plan and whether or not those standards are appropriate. And then with the adoption of the PDP, you'll have to meet certain findings as required by the city's development code. And then as part of this specific project, they do have the concurrent action of that subdivision or the final development plan with the plan development plan, as well as adoption of the CEQA documentation. I do want to note, as part of the project, it does require Planning Commission recommendation, with City Council making the ultimate decision, and a recommendation for denial by the Planning Commission would terminate any action on the PD unless it was appealed by pursuant to the city's development code. And so, as I noted, the project was reviewed at the August 17th, 2020 Planning Commission hearing. Total 23 public comments were received in providing testimony on this project, 20 against the project, citing concerns, as I mentioned, for the lot sizes, transition, and then infrastructure limitations in that area. And then 3 were provided in favor of the project in the efforts to identify the area. I do want to note that the majority of PC members were supportive of the project intent, which would preserve areas for beneficial uses such as natural open space and vineyards. But really the key concern came down to the standards of this particular project and whether or not the transition to the neighborhood was appropriate. They recommended some additional design features that would provide a more logical transition from the single-family neighborhoods that's existing to this project. I do want to note as well that some of these recommendations do echo some of staff's recommendations through the review of the project to help address some of that interface. As part of the project decision, a motion was made to recommend approval of the project with 3 votes in favor, 4 against, and so with that, that constitutes a vote of recommendation for denial. And so since then, an appeal application was submitted on August 23rd. The appeal contends that the Plan Commission went beyond their purview and was uninformed of the plan development process. Separately, a letter was received at the end of last week from the applicant's attorney, noting that the project should be approved pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act. The city did provide a response letter. I do want to note that the letter intent and correspondence from the applicant did note that the project modifies a number of the RL1 standards to support this particular project and the intent of their plan development proposal. The acceptance letter from the city staff also reiterates that this requires city council approval, recognizing that a number of those changes were being made per their letter of intent. And really, the fundamental purpose of the plan development is to create standards that are unique to that area. So it's until those standards have been approved, it's not subject to the Housing Accountability Act, but the final development plan would be if those standards are in effect. And so as part of this, we do provide a few different options for City Council in terms of the review. The first is following in line with the Plan Commission's recommendation for denial. So if the City Council does decide to accept the Plan Commission's recommendation of denial, they would provide these 4 motions, which is the deny the appeal request and adopt Resolution 20-22 or 2022-47, denying the PDP and making the findings thereof, and then also finding that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to 15061 Section 4 and 15270, identifying that CEQA does not apply to projects that are disapproved. If acceptable, the Plan Commission could certainly overturn the Plan Commission's recommendation as well. And in that case, the motion would be to approve the appeal request and adopt resolution number 2022-47, approving the PDP and making the findings thereof related to the project. And then I do want to note as well, it's not a yes or no decision. City Council does have the purview to provide some options as well. As part of the denial of the project, City Council can certainly provide feedback to the applicant on the standards and where areas could be improved, perhaps, that if they resubmit a project that would be supported. Alternatively, the City Council could support the project, but make standards or work through provisions today that would address some of the necessary changes that would be deemed necessary for support. And then as part of any of these actions, City Council can enhance and augment those respective findings to help support their ultimate decision. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant also has a presentation as well that they would like to make. And
All righty, thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? Hearing no questions, we'll go ahead and start with public speakers. Now, we have. let's
Mr.
see.
Mayor, you have to open the public hearing.
Did I not open it up? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, say again?
And the
Yes,
applicant made a
that's the
motion.
applicant representative, and I open up the public hearing. My apologies. Thank you.
So many rules.
I know, it just, we have about 40 speakers, and you guys have been waiting patiently for 2 hours. The last speaker is Tony Matlock. And what I'd like to do is give respect to our last speakers and ask that we just go ahead and use 2 minutes speaking time instead of the customary 3, and that we hold our applause in respect to Mr. Matlock and the final speakers so that we can get through this before midnight.
Would you like to hear the applicant's presentation?
Yes, but still, I wanted to get that on the table first, and then we'll go ahead and our applicants or applicant's representative. Good evening, Mr. Toomey.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Good to see you all again. In between grandkids and bike riding, I'm doing a little dabbling in the consulting world. So here I am tonight to help maybe provide information that gives you some more knowledge about how to make some of the decisions you're going to make this evening. As Ben mentioned, the journey of this project began with that track 14297 so many years ago. And it was ready to kind of record and start construction when we recognized it's just too difficult to create any economic value out of the project, obviously. 1 acre subdivisions, price of construction. At about the same time, the Vineyard project was kind of kicking off, and the idea of clustering the development, taking advantage of the vineyard to the north that had expressed interest on some vineyard property, suddenly seemed to be kind of coalescing into a different approach. And thus the plan development idea was born. Let's run back through that plan development stuff again. Ben, would you mind? Next slide. And so, as Ben described, the plan development is intended for just that purpose. Is there something about the site that can be taken advantage of from a natural perspective, from some, either certainly topography, that the design can be aligned better with that particular site? And so, next slide. The site itself, of course, has a series of constraints. Not that one. There we go. We got hillsides, we got the earthquake, and so that's one aspect of the constraint. The next one is the drainage side, slide. And so obviously the drainage running through the middle of the property, the drainage is to the southeast, drainages to the north. And so the previous project that was approved those years ago and almost was constructed approached the site this way. And so it didn't really leave anything open. And the drainages, certainly to the southeast, were developed, as were all the drainages in the middle of the property as well. And so the proposed project tends to utilize the area pretty much in the middle, keeping the drainages to the southeast intact, rerouting the drainage that comes down from the north off to the side, and then utilizing that area in between the development and the hillside as, of course, the agricultural purposes. And so from the benefit of being able to modify the development standards, this produces an outcome that kind of balances both what the site is naturally and the objectives of the developer. Of course, much like the projects that we're working with through on the wine country elements, there's a trade-off. The trade-off is lot size and dimensions and those kinds of things if you're going to create open space. And so the plan identifies that kind of grouping of the homes on the south side of the property. A couple of things that may want to spend a little bit more time on, if you wouldn't mind, Ben, the next slide. And so this distance between kind of the street and the beginning of the development, there's that multi-purpose trail in the middle of the right-of-way outside of the curb. And then there's a landscape stream bed, planter area, and there's, of course, a little bit of slope for the most part. 8 to 10 feet is the highest section, and then that's where the wall starts. And so that whole distance is 42 feet from the curb to that wall. Across the street, there's a series of homes. That average for those homes from the curb itself is also 42 feet. And so in terms of the spatial separation between development and the street, it's very similar in that regard. Next slide. The interior street, as staff mentioned, boy, you guys can make it feel more rural, you probably have a better shot at success. And so certainly that's maybe the way to go. And so rather than provide the conventional curb and gutter and sidewalk, the suburban kind of development feel, the proposal is to eliminate the curb, produce or develop the edge of the pavement as a concrete header that keeps the edge from falling away, but the water drains off into then a drainage swale, and then of course the driveway over the top of that with culverts below. Creates a much more informal kind of feel, and then the multi-purpose trail, or really it's more just of a DG material along with then a rail fence. Evokes a much more less urban feel to it. Concerns that were raised by the residents during a community meeting some time ago thought, well, how much sense does that make if you're going to not permit horses and other livestock on these homes? Those equestrian riders through this project are A, impeding upon an area that can have horses, and B, the complaints about, hey, get your horse out of my property affects those that are using it. So they were not as thrilled about this approach. You know, the applicant is happy to do either. And so if the council prefers this direction, great. If council wants to see the sidewalk and the curb and gutter, that's fine too. Next slide, Ben. And so the other trail that runs is more of a public trail. There's a trail in the front of the property, obviously, the equestrian trail along Yucaipa Ridge Road, and then the trail that runs along the edge of the northern side of the boundary that connects to the trail, or a future trail on the eastern edge of the property, which goes up that hill. The grading of the site, and so the idea, of course, is to how many ways can you push homes off to one side of a property and still grade it in a way that has some kind of sensitivity to the existing topography. It is more complicated to do it that way. The previous project just kind of graded the whole thing for the most part. Here, we're just limiting the grading to that section of it, and so each pad elevation changes about 10 feet. There's about a 15-foot elevation change between the pads front and back. The lot sizes themselves are still about 200 feet in depth. There's lots of, and that's typically a lot size you might find for a 1 acre lot. In fact, and I think we're going to have more of this conversation about this transition from 1 acre lots to a smaller lot across the street. If you stand on Ridge Road and you look at this project, you see the sides of the lots. And so if it were a conventional 1 acre subdivision aligned in the same way, you would look to see the side of a 1 acre lot. And that 1 acre lot is probably about 200 feet deep, the same depth as is proposed here. And so from the view of the street, there isn't really any difference as what you would see. Of course, I always enjoy making the audience laugh, and you guys know this, don't you? There isn't any, the way the houses are aligned, they're going to be aligned the same way were that to be a 1 acre project. The difference is, of course, as you work your way into the project, the houses are much more spread apart. But from a street perspective, it looks very much similar. Now, the bigger issue isn't so much kind of the details of this project and the design parameters. It really is, what are we doing? Why are you guys allowing the mean developer make these small lots into a project that was been 1 acre since the city incorporated and probably before that? Great point. Understand that's not a unreasonable request or unreasonable position to take. Thing is, things change. You just went through the housing element. Everybody's struggling with how many units now the city has to build. There's a development, the general plan has a population built out of about 80,000 people. 80,000 people. We're not there yet, and so things are going to move along and grow. The housing element says in the next, up to 2040, we're going to have a growth rate of about 33%. We will have increased our population by 33%. So absolutely, things change. And so we have to be somewhat aware of how the conditions on the ground, how the conditions in the economy, how the conditions of a city evolve that are likely to affect other changes, especially in a thing like a general plan map. And an example of that is what is being worked on today is the wine country specific plan. And so the intention there obviously is to find a way to develop a more sustainable economic development opportunity for the city of Yucaipa and absolutely support that 100%. In that process, the plan that is there now, the 1 acre zoning that is there now, is going to change. Those residents that live on Fremont, by the way, here's the wine country land use plan. And so those light colored areas are proposed to be half acre lots. The lighter yellow in the middle are the same size lots as proposed in this project, between 10,000 and 15,000 square feet. And then the darker kind of olive is all the vineyard areas. And of course, then you got the Wilson Creek running through the middle of it all. And so next slide, Ben. So here along Fremont, this PA 16, Planning Area 16, and 18 and so forth, have proposed a 1 acre or 1/2 acre lot size. Those that live along Fremont across the street probably were told many years ago that that's 1 acre, it's never going to change. The real estate agent said so, I checked with the city, that's what they said. And yet here we are, we're considering a change there. Again, a reasonably appropriate change for the future of the city of Yucaipa. But again, it reiterates the fact that the general plan does change. It didn't get written down on tablets and then 30 years ago handed out, and we never do these things. Council is well aware how often the general plan goes through changes. So I know these residents are going to feel the same way about the general plan area and their location. We checked, 1 acre, how come it's going to change? Again, it doesn't change the general plan. The general plan stays 1 acre. The PD is just developing it in a different manner. So the biggest issue, and I think Councilman Duncan pointed out earlier this evening when he was referencing the apartment project, we live in different times. These days are not those days. These days, the state has taken a much more aggressive role that none of us are really happy with. But the state calls these issues to where cities have a difficult time in moving forward with either their housing production or their housing elements and so forth, barriers to development. That's the thing, barriers to development. What are barriers to development? Burdensome and costly restrictions and conditions on projects that make it too costly to build. Extensive procedures and time constraints, other standards, and this activity here. As much as we are in our system, in our very being of the voice of the people, approach your government with what you want them to do, it's that activist activity that has put us in the predicament we're in with the state of California. It's taken 40 years of legislation. And like the frog that is now in that boiling water, here we are. The recent avalanche of laws as a result of public opposition to projects are directly attributed to this barrier to development. And it sounds harsh, and I don't mean to be blunt about it, but the state is continuing to take away the ability for cities and counties to make decisions on their own about land use development, about housing production. And in part, it has to do with this very activity. Some would suggest this is a fairly reasonable approach to an alternative way to develop that piece of property. And we have a big crowd saying that's not reasonable. And so the state recognizes that over these years and has been finding ways to make it more clear to cities that those days are gone. They're very helpful about that too, aren't they? Here's your number, 2,866 units you got to build in your 8-year planning cycle. And oh, by the way, 42% of those have to be to low-income residents. And otherwise, we're going to threaten you with all kinds of bad things. And then they start with, well, maybe we can add to already existing laws to make it even more difficult for cities to deny projects. Housing crisis of 2019 is to what we're referring. And so these state laws, the Housing Accountability Act, the ADU law, SB 9, SB 10, and the whole government code 65915 are all there to make housing development more likely to occur, not to make it difficult, but make it more likely to occur. And so I want to spend a little time about bonus density law. And I know it doesn't sound like it's going to make sense with this part of the project, because we're not doing an affordable housing project. The point is, we don't have much discretion in some of these projects any longer. The idea that we control our own destiny is kind of gone. And so an example of that is ADU law. Let's put that up. One more, Ben. We'll go back to that exhibit. This project could go back to this 1-acre subdivision, build 34 lots, and as become popular these days in the development community, build 34 primary houses, and at the same time, build 34, maybe 1,200 square foot ADUs on that same property. And there isn't anything the city can do about that, provided the project meets development standards and the standard requirements, which this project does and still did. The ADU would be there. And so rather than 34 houses, you'd have 68 houses that would all operate independently. Some can be rented, some can be given, here, the kids can stay there, grandma can stay there, but nonetheless, you'd have 68 houses on this property, and that is a by right, for effect, I say it by right. A different approach might be to utilize an actual affordability component to a project. Once you include affordability to a project that otherwise meets the density requirements, you're looking at a different kind of approval. Here is the idea of using a project that has an affordability element to moderate income housing folks. Moderate income's about $105,000. A moderate income annual salary or household income is about $105,000 this year.
Can I jump in here really quick and ask a question?
Yes.
Are we talking about all the different alternatives to this project? Are we talking about this project? I keep hearing these
I know, and it's a large.
dozens of different ideas. I'm just kind of
Not an idea.
narrowing it down to
I
one.
know, I know.
We're talking about one project.
We are talking about this piece of property. We are also setting the stage for our residents who get frustrated in that city council's making decisions that don't seem to be in their interests. Sometimes, and Greg, you pointed out before, you've been fighting this high-density stuff as long as you've been on council, but you recognize the city's bind that they find themselves in with the state.
I get that.
I know,
I'm just,
and so
my concern is that,
Can I make?
are we talking about this project, or are we talking about dozens of different kinds of projects?
We are talking about a
Mr.
large.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
just a point of clarification. This is the public hearing portion. I appreciate, Mr. Bogue, what you asked. Maybe, Mr. Toomey, could you clarify the portion that is the project versus part of your argument to support why you're asking for what you're asking? But we shouldn't get into a back and forth between council members and the applicant or members of the public at this point.
I understand.
Just for it was just clarification.
And I appreciate your question, even though we can't talk about it. Thank you. The idea, again, that we get to express our frustrations as a homeowner about what's happening across the street isn't like it used to be any longer. Those times have gone. The era we live in now is the state has provided so many tools for developers and home builders to essentially get their projects constructed with this, I should say, despite the homeowner's interest, is where we are today. That's the bottom line point we're trying to offer here, is then some concrete examples of what could occur. If a project were to consider an affordability component, there are very few things the city can do to deny that project, provided the applicant meets the thresholds that it's supposed to meet. And so one approach is a moderate income level opportunity. Another approach is a greater number of moderate income units, Ben, that provides, again, more units, and the city would have a difficult time in denying this project. Again, we're not in the era of we get to do what we want anymore. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately, with the way the state has done what it's done. And so the point, again, is this is not what our developer wants to do. One more slide, Ben. Ben? He wants to build this project. He badly wants to build this project. He's really in lots of debt, and he's ready to go through and build this project. He needs the financing, all the kinds of things that will make this work. If he doesn't get a chance to do it, the property goes to somebody else, back to basically who has it, who's been financing him. They then have those same tools available to build something different. And again, the city's opportunity to influence how the outcome of that project works is limited. And so it's not a pleasant topic to bring up, and I know I'm not necessarily the guy that would normally do it, but we do need to make that clear, is that we do have some limitations about how cities can operate on approving housing projects these days. We're not saying this project can't be denied, it has to be approved, it's just saying there are other alternatives. And the state is interested in production, not interested in opposition. Lastly, the projects that we tend to focus on at the micro level, how many cars come in and out of the property, how many, is it really noisy? Is there bugs and bunnies out there that are going to be damaged? That's the micro level aspects of projects. Council is also familiar with the macro level, and not the impacts to schools and to public services, but the benefits. You know, especially the commercial projects and manufacturing companies, we certainly encourage those developments. Higher end homes, this is probably a $40 to $50 million project. And as a property tax assessment value, that net outcome is probably worth a couple of deputies. And so there's a real value to these kinds of projects.
Please let him speak.
And the other aspect of that, obviously, is who lives here. These are folks who certainly are making enough money to buy an $800,000 or $1 million home. They have discretionary income to spend in our restaurants and in our businesses. And so as council grapples with these kinds of issues, it is both a neighborhood issue and a community issue. And the same information that you worked through on the wine country project, you are considering any kind of project. What's the community value to it? And so the city has really long desired for more kind of move-up housing. It kind of makes everything work. And by developing at the density that has been permitted by this developer or can be permitted by the city, the project kind of offers that opportunity. And so with that, Councilman Vogt, you can certainly ask me more questions about what project we're talking about, but I would conclude my comments and certainly answer any questions that you might have now.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions of the applicant?
Not yet.
Not yet. Do you have something? Nothing?
No.
Okay. Counselor, city manager?
Can I bring something up, Mr. Mayor, just really
Yes.
quick, in general?
Go ahead.
I know we received a letter from the city attorney's office requesting that we disclose all conflicts of interest. And so I'm going to disclose that although I was never contacted by anyone, by the applicant, someone from, I'm not sure who it was, did go to my office in the city of Highland and brought this project up to my operations manager. I don't know who that was. He did bring it up to me, and I never did contact this person. I don't know who it was, but they did say something about 52 acres or 52 units in the city of Yucaipa, which was kind of random. It was very strange. But I thought I would disclose that because I think according to this letter, we do need to disclose all conflicts of interest.
Is that a conflict of interest?
Yeah, I was going to just clarify, if any council member had any, we call it an ex parte communication, and communication outside the public hearing with either proponents or opponents, we ask that you disclose that on the record. So it's technically not a conflict of interest. It's the idea that you disclose, generally, you collectively, disclose if you communicated with the proponents or opponents and what the substance was, as Mr. Bogue did, so that everybody knows the information that everybody's relying on, because you're supposed to make your decision based on what's presented at this meeting.
But that's not a conflict of interest.
No, it's more the fair hearing, due process concept.
I'm just overly cautious, so when someone
Thank
shows
you.
up to my office,
And that was correct.
that's what I do.
Should I then disclose that I attended a community meeting?
Yes.
Okay, I attended a community meeting and listened to the presentation of Mr. Heaps.
And I also attended that same meeting with Mayor Avila, and his wife was there also, and she posted on Facebook opposition to this project publicly, and then the attorney asked her to take it down, I believe. But I was also at that meeting, but David and I are both on the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country Specific Plan Committee, and we have had conversations with Premium Land Development with Mr. Heaps. He's on that committee with us, along with the landowner from Meridian and several other folks that have interest in this, not financial interest, but interest in this project. I've discussed this project with a lot of people. I have no financial interest in this project, but I have discussed this extensively with a lot of people, just trying to understand exactly how this project relates to all that we as a council have decided to do and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. So I also have talked to a lot of different folks about this project. Is that sufficient?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. Since we're all airing things. Not on the committee. I wasn't part of that hearing that they went to, but I did have a brief conversation with the developer, probably about 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks ago, just letting me know that this particular project had been denied at the planning commission meeting, and that an appeal was going to be filed with us. That was the extent.
And I've never had any communications with the applicant or the representatives.
Thank you.
All right, now, what do we want to do? We had a discussion.
We're comfortable moving forward with the public hearing. We've done the presentation, but we do want to ask for a continuance for the vote until all 5 members of city council are here.
Okay, what this means, he's asking for a continuance. Now I need direction. Do we need to make that motion now or wait for after our speakers?
That is up to the city council. You have, as you noted, you have a lot of people who've been waiting. So you could ask them if they want to present their testimony tonight and let them do that. And then continue it, leave the public hearing open, continue to the next meeting date. And anybody who hasn't spoken at that time could then speak and then make your decision at that time.
Okay, what I'd like to do is that I don't want to waste your time being here for now 3 hours. I would like for you to have the opportunity to speak. I think it's only fair for you and encourage you to speak, but I will limit you to 2 minutes because we have almost 40 speakers. And at 40 times 3 minutes each, that's a long time. So we can drop it down to about 80, 90 minutes, an hour and a half of speakers. You're also invited, if we continue this, you are also invited to speak at the next meeting. So once you say something here, you can come back and say more if you wish. Or if you want to reserve your time for the next time we meet, you can do that also. So Jennifer.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's fair to them that they're going to speak not knowing that we're going to vote on this. I think we need to take the vote. I think we need to listen to them speak and take the vote. We do it every single time. We have absent members all the time. It's not unusual.
And I agree, and that's what we have to make a decision
I
on.
think we should make the decision whether we're going to continue it right now, not after they speak.
Okay, let's talk about it right now then. What do we want to do? Do we have a motion to continue this, or do we have or to not continue this? What is your guys' pleasure?
I make a motion that we continue this to our next meeting. So when Mr. Beaver can be here, he's in the hospital right now. He didn't just ditch out because he had some personal thing going on. He's at the hospital right now. He has a brain tumor, and he couldn't be here. Otherwise, I know he would be here. So I make a motion that we continue this to our next meeting. We continued the housing agenda for 3 meetings, I believe, because we didn't have enough information.
We didn't have enough information.
It wasn't complete. We just didn't have it completed, but yeah.
But it had nothing to do with,
One of our members being in the hospital.
and while I pray for his health. I really do. There is no reason. But as Councilmember Boak said, we routinely go with absent people, as we've done in the past when you've been absent. So we have a motion to continue. Do I hear a second? That motion dies. Do I hear a motion to continue this or to proceed on with the public hearing and complete it tonight?
Well, I don't think we need a motion for that,
Yeah,
but.
you don't need a motion.
We don't need a motion
Okay,
for that.
all right.
Let's
Very
continue.
well. So we will make a decision this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, Jennifer, can you fix this so it goes to 2 minutes? I don't know how to make that work. Somebody, anybody?
This phone.
Can
All right.
Can I make a suggestion that we, if the audience is going to clap like we're at a sporting events, that we can do the same thing up here? I mean, this is not a sporting event, and Robert's Rule of Order doesn't dictates order in the court. I mean, order in this session.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Yeah, but they
quite
can't be.
understand anything you said.
Well, they can't be clapping and.
You're absolutely right. This is, we're going to withhold our applause with due respect to the last speaker, because the more time we waste, the longer we'll be here. So hold your applause, show respect for each other. Okay, thank you. So again, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. Please, Ross McGinnis, Neen Valmoso, lives on Court Street, and Andreas Blauser. You are the first three. The first one is going to be Ross, the second one Neen, and the third one Andreas. So when the speaker gets up, the next speaker gets in behind him. Mr. McGinnis.
Okay, I'll respect your 2 minutes, and I appreciate you giving me the time here. 40 years ago, when our subdivision was approved, urban sprawl wasn't considered. There's only 2 entrances and exits into our subdivision. Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. And because of the way this is laid out and the meandering to get out to the east or the west exit of our subdivision, 95% of that additional 400 traffic car trips that are in the traffic planning thing, 95% of that is going to come right through Azurite, my street, onto Juniper. So you're going to have 95% of those additional 400 auto trips a day going right down our street. So I don't care about what's going on across the street. I care about what's going down my street. And when I decided to move out there 20 years ago for that rural lifestyle, adding an additional 400 car trips right down in front of my house every day, is that rural lifestyle's out the window. So that's my concern, is that additional traffic that is going to get, because there's no access on the north side because you've got the earthquake up there in the vineyard. You got no access on the east side because you got the mountains. You got no access on the south side because you have the drainage. All that traffic is funneled into that southwest quadrant down that one street. So those 400 additional trips are right there in front of our house, me and this gentleman here. So that's my concern, is that additional 400 traffic trips every day right down past our house, and it's all funneled right to us. So I'll appreciate and respect your guys' time, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, and please forgive me, it looks like it's Nino, maybe? Nino Valmasoy. Thank you.
I'm going to read a memo which I sent to the Premium Land Development on behalf of Yucaipa 52 LLC. I never received it. I sent this on June 16th. The proposed plan includes property that I own, not a development company. I have a forest department easement running through my entire property, not my entire property, along the property. The developer has chosen to include this land as if it was their own. They did not have the decency to contact me relating to this. I object to their attempted taking of my land. It is an easement for the forest department, not for the maximization of the developer's profits. First, they have proposed a pad in the development, and I understand this has changed, and I'll skip that one. Second, the developer is attempting to use my land via the forest department easement as part of a road development. Again, they have plenty of their own land that they can dictate for a roadway instead of taking from others. The road does not end up getting expanded for the forest department. I do not want my land easement used by the developer or of the developer in any way. Excuse me. I object to any driveway, gate opening, etc. that leads to the developer's project into my land. Third, they are also adding a walking path that may be used as my land as well. I do not want a walking path that on land that I own. Additionally, I am concerned that this path will be at a higher elevation than looking straight over my backyard and pool area. For primary concerns, if the path is built, I object to it be built at a higher elevation than my property. Fourth, I do not want the developer to use my land easement in any way for their construction, stockpiling, or materials. Finally, these these relatively small lots do not fit in with the character neighborhood at all. Neighborhood is cramped for large home properties in a rural environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Andreas Blauser. Behind him is Pierre Assoff and Matt Underwood.
Mayor Avila, council members, city staff, and fellow Yucaipians. My name is Andreas Blauser. I live on 36143 Panorama Drive, and I would like to make a statement for this planned development. To begin with, this is not really about allowing or denying this planned development. It is about whether it is justified and appropriate to make a change or a variance to the general plan in Yucaipa. The quick answer to this is it is not appropriate and against common practice to make such a change only because one developer wants to cramp more houses into a project than the zoning allows. Between 2012 and 2016, I was part of the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, worked with an external consultant to create the general plan. Hence, I'm quite familiar with the current implementation. A general plan consists of several parts or elements. One of the central parts is called the housing element. It is the city Yucaipa's official housing plan and serves as the chief policy document for housing-related issues. It translates a vision of Yucaipa into directives that citizens and businesses can use to rely on for their planning purpose. As such, it can be viewed as a contract between the city, its citizens, and the businesses. Can a general plan be changed? Yes, it can be changed, but only when there is a significant reason that was not anticipated when it was originally crafted. The current one was crafted 6 years ago. But instead of adding an exception for one particular project, it is usually common that to make a global general plan change. Therefore, creating a variance for one development is against common practice and can be viewed to be against city rules which were implemented to prevent urban sprawl and uncontrolled growth and ultimately give citizens and businesses some stability and predictability. So I'm asking City Council to please deny the planned development and send a strong message to developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Assoff?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Number one, thank you so much for carrying that burden of having to decide on this issue, but here we go. The North Bench has been shielded from high-density projects like the one offered to us today because of residential zoning ordinances that have been discouraging such models. By requiring minimum size lots, uniform road frontage, lot setbacks, special road standards. Now, I'd like to address the California Home Act, Senate Bill 9, effective since January of 2022. That very Senate bill created to address the issue of California housing crisis clearly states that building or modifying a property needs to be in keeping with the look of the neighborhood. This bill prohibits the development of small subdivision and prohibits lot splits adjacent parcel to prevent investor speculation. The proposed development at hand is definitely not in keeping with the look of the neighborhood, period. Moreover, the bill emphatically excludes cities with very high fire hazards zone from being obligated to promote real estate in those areas? Well, the development is indeed in the very high fire hazard zone. To the point, does the 52-acre proposed for the Yucaipa Ridge development complies with the intent of the legislator? Or is it proposed for the express need of the population or the environment? I think not. A tight cluster of 51 units shoehorned over 12 acres and 3/4 is a disaster waiting to happen in case of a fire or earthquake, as there are no escapes east, north, south of the project, only a short meander to exit from Crystal to Bryan Street. Hardly an escape route. This development represents a danger to the adjacent properties of the North Bench in case of emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matt Underwood.
Yes, thank
Well,
you.
if I can, please, sir, followed by John Reese and Sherry Todd.
So
Please.
Matt Underwood, Diamond Street for 23 years. I'm not going to have time to read everything that I typed out. But I went to the Yucaipa website, the general plan, first page, I highlighted the first bullet point, says small town rural character with strong neighboring identities. This plan does not identify with the neighborhood, nor do we identify with it. And then right next to it is a picture there of Yucaipa, San Bernardino Peak. This is right in the middle of where we're at and what we're talking about. I just want to make a couple points. I don't know why.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
Sorry. I don't know why unbuildable land gets to be counted into the 52 acre. I mean, extending that, if someone has 50 acres of land on the North Bench, but only 1 acre is buildable, do they get to build a 6-story lot that, I mean, a 6-story high rise that houses 50 units? That just doesn't make sense to me. It's games just to make it most profitable for the developer. And I have nothing, I don't drink, I don't have anything against the wine people, but I don't know why you have to marry higher density housing in order to have a vineyard. You can have the same amount of vineyard whether there's 1 house there, 20 houses there, 50 houses there. I mean, marrying the two is like marrying a passionate kiss with a cold sore. And then I have the same, you know, that the exits out to Ivy and Juniper. I'm a runner, I'm a cyclist, I walk my dogs. They're already sketchy. They're very narrow roads. There's no shoulder, there's no sidewalk, there's no bike lane. And if you go down out through my neighborhood down to Topaz, sometimes you can't even exit out there at certain times of the day. So it's probably all going to go out to Juniper and Ivy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. John Reese.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. If you don't grow, you die. I believe that. But there's another side to the coin. You get too big too fast, you run out of room, and you run out of resources. I've got several shirts at home that are missing buttons that attest to this physical fact. My concern with this project is for infrastructure. The average American family uses 300 gallons of water a day. 50 families, 50 houses, 15,000 gallons of water a day, and I would expect we'd have similar pressure on the sewer system. Roads. The first speaker very eloquently pointed out one particular problem with our roads and the 399 vehicles that will travel, or trips that happen a day. Just look at Oak Glen Road. We are already at a place where we're having difficulty with the existing infrastructure to support the traffic in this area. Schools and teachers, 100 families, about 200 kids. Have we got or 50 families, 100 kids. How we got 100 seats in our schools? Have we got the money to pay the teachers that have to teach them, or the administration that has to take care of it? Is there going to be an increase in our police and fire budget? We just spent $12 million, didn't we, to take care of the police? Is that, how far up is that gonna go when we add 200 more people? Please uphold the Planning Commission's decision to deny approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Todd. Behind her is Lucinda Brinks and Hanson Wig.
Wong.
I'm sorry,
Hanson Wong.
Hanson Wong. Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to see you. My name is Sherry Todd, and I live on Court Street where Azurite dead ends. My husband and I bought that property 39 years ago, and we knew without a doubt that those were 1 minimum acre parcels, and that's all that would ever be up there. We did our homework. We knew that's what that would be. And with the last name Todd, I want to clarify I'm not related to the Todds of the North Cork Winery. One thing I'm concerned about is that I think it's pretty vague. We keep hearing about the different parcels or property or pieces, but it doesn't say exactly what size those 51 homes are going to be on. It sounds like it's 27 acres, but it's not. I think in my interpretation, it's 12 acres. And I would really hope someone could clarify that for all of us, because we're kind of confused at the way it's worded on here. And water is a huge problem up there, water pressure. For the 39 years I've lived there, I've had to have a pump, and I'd kind of like to know what the plan is for the water. The 400 cars going in and out is just insane for that area. There's no transition as far as the rural area that we're in and what they have planned on this. So, okay, I guess I have to go.
Thank you very much.
So, when do we stop? Thank you so much.
Okay, Lucinda Brinks.
Good evening. I absolutely hate public speaking, so you don't know what an effort it is to stand here. But in an effort to be brief, I want to go on the record that my husband and I oppose this development totally. Thank you.
Thank you. Hanson Wong, followed by Colleen Wong and Christine Moeller.
You'll hear that I oppose this. So just from our presenter who presented the builder's side of this developer's side, he already described it as a suburban area rather than a rural area. So I already know what they're planning for it. Secondly, the amount of land that could accommodate 1 acre would be about 34, as he mentioned. And even if you decide to allow a project to go through, instead of the 50, to have the 34 that this parcel could accommodate, you went down from 400 vehicle trips a day to 272. So again, you have to consider. And then the other thing is the total population that they're designing from the 34 to 50 just increases it tremendously. Your gradient that you talked about from a rural area to what they're proposing, if you look in our area, the houses are built to fit the terrain. You'll see hills and things like that. The land is not flattened and then you place a house on it. They're gonna flatten the area and have a mini city, which will make it a suburbia. So I think there are many things that they and you should consider. We need to grow, we need to comply with the state, but we need to do this appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wong, is your family member going to speak?
Yes.
Okay, Colleen Wong then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I introduce you, Colleen Wong.
Yes, I'm his family member, and we share a lot of the same views. But one I have to say to the gentleman who spoke at great length, and he got a good deal more than 2 minutes to affect our lives. We do have control of our lives in our cities, and it's called voting. And we all here can vote and do what we want in this state of ours. But we all share something more intimate. We a winery and have our wine area here. We all support that. That's great. It looks good. It is good for our city, but not at the expense of high-density cluster housing units. Those aren't to our advantage. And we don't have water up there. When you put 4 people, 4 homes on 1 acre, which previously would have been 1 family unit, you're using 4 times the amount of water. And we don't have much water up there. We don't have water pressure. I don't know if any of you live up there, but water pressure is a big issue. Some of us can't take showers upstairs because we don't have the water pressure. So how are you going to fix that? I know it's the water district's problem, but it isn't. It's all of our problems. You can't develop where there's no infrastructure. It's just not possible. But more importantly, we all live here. We know what we need. You know what we need. That's always been rural. It's not suburban. It's rural. We have a lot of livestock up there. I personally have 1 horse. That's fine. I don't plan on getting another horse as I'm getting older. But I'm not the only person up there. It's always been rural. That's how we want it to be. We grow our own food up there. Let us keep growing it.
Thank you. Okay, Christine Muller, followed by Donna Snodgrass and Daniel Morgan.
Hi, I'm Christine Moeller, and I live in Chapman Heights here in Yucaipa. I've been involved with the city of Yucaipa on several committees for probably 20 years or so, and I love every bit of it. My biggest education in any committee that I've ever been involved with was the general plan. The general plan really is a roadmap on how Yucaipa is supposed to be, how it's supposed to be in 10, 20 years, and what the citizens can expect. The citizens have a right to securing that how they live today and what's around them will remain the same. If we look at this example, somebody said, hey, doesn't that look like 1 acre project? I'd say absolutely not. And, renderings look really nice with all kinds of vineyards around them, but that's not reality. The setback of 40 feet, let's say if that's the same as the acre lots across the street from it, you can see that there's probably 20 feet in between them, not appropriate for that type of area. I've been working for over 20 years to preserve the North Bench, the El Dorado, and the Five Winds Ranch. Those are projects that everybody has been working towards in the last 20 years to preserve that area because it is that beautiful. How dare the applicant try to intimidate the public with scare tactics about Newsom's 80-10? They could do it right now. Anybody could do it right now. These folks could do it if they wanted to and build ADUs. We don't operate off of scare tactics. We understand that that could come in front of us here, but the reality is hardly anybody has even pulled permits or even asked to pull permits for 80-10. That community up there is the most beautiful land available in Yucaipa. Diversity is very important. 10,000 square foot lots is above Chapman Heights Road. That's Chapman Heights. This area is pristine. We need to keep it that way.
Thank you. No, please hold your applause. Let's give everyone a chance. Think of Mr. Matlock. Donna Snodgrass?
Good evening, Donna Snodgrass. I live on Walnut Grove. Tonight, I support this project. Now, this does not mean that I oppose my neighbors on the North Bench who are here tonight and who couldn't make it tonight. The letter that my husband and I sent to you made it very clear that we don't want a single new house built on the North Bench if it were our choice. With the current situation that we're in with the state, whether anybody wants to believe it or not, they are dictating what cities are being restricted to. We have three options that I can think of. One, approve the project plans as is tonight, or with amendments that you could make and the landowner and builder could agree to, and protect 50% of that land immediately in perpetuity. The second option I see is to force it back 1 acre, 1 house. That's what I proposed 18 months ago to defend. But as it stands right now, doing this could result, with the numbers that I picked up tonight, 3 houses per acre, because the additional dwelling units would take that 34 to 68. But SB 10 now allows homeowners, landowners, to build junior ADUs, so that could be a 3rd living unit. Some of these can be rentals. They could even be Section 8. That's what I'm afraid of. And I definitely don't want to see that. The third option, which I would really, is my dream, is for everyone in the vicinity to pool our money to purchase the land from the current landowner, create a land conservancy, and then ensure that there will never be a house built on that land. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel Freeman, followed by Joshua Morgan and Cesar Roldan.
Mayor Avila, I would like to respectfully request that my son Joshua Morgan goes first.
Very well.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Morgan, and I'm representing my 4 brothers and myself. I want to share a young person's perspective. My family and I have been talking about living in the country area for years. We've lived in a tract home area and moved from there. I and my brothers are excited to be in the North Bench area, and we are really like this area. There's lots of space to play, space to help my parents take care of the land, many things to learn from this kind of land, and other good people who like these things. We ask that you protect the land, keep it how it is, keep big properties big and not small ones like where I came from. This is why I came. Please protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Morgan.
Mayor Avila, I would also like to respectfully request 3 minutes to be able to present the notes that I have.
Unfortunately, I have to be consistent with everybody, so 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. I am as a newcomer to this area, my expectations have been surpassed by the hospitality and community that is Yucaipa, especially rural Yucaipa. With my training and practice in the Loma Linda area, I have heard for years from my colleagues about Yucaipa being the jewel of the Inland Empire. And this has been my experience so far. I recently became aware of this project. While housing and growth are concerns of the city, maintaining the culture and atmosphere should at least be equally protected. Developing lots that are less than 1 acre does not reflect on the atmosphere and culture of the North Bench area of Yucaipa. I spent countless hours researching this area and chose this area for my family because of its atmosphere and documented restrictions to growth. To put on record, it took me 3 years to purchase my home. I waited. By constructing his plans, this will create drastic changes to the area. These drastic and negative changes will affect the atmosphere, culture, population, traffic, and environment, just to name a few. Maintaining the current standards and building single-family homes on 1-acre lots at a minimum and is currently zoned would continue to help build on the legacy that has already been established. While the developer wants to develop this way for their profitability, it is not the city's responsibility to approve this radical change based on their desire for larger profits. By allowing the developers to change the zoning with this special provision will allow for future development and additional negative change to the rural area of Yucaipa. I agree with my neighbors in asking for the city to stand up for its residents and to hold the developer accountable to what is established in the area. With the city holding the developer accountable, they can come up with ways to maintain at minimum 1-acre lots, custom homes, reduce traffic, and minimal street lighting to preserve the atmosphere. It's beautiful if you've seen it. Please don't allow this project to happen. Please don't be the leaders who allowed our rural community to dramatically change or disappear. Please stand up for why residents and outsiders love this community and preserve what has been created. The city has a responsibility to us. We're asking that you disapprove this development that would dramatically change our community. We ask that you preserve the jewel
Thank you
of the
very
Inland
much.
Empire.
Very good. Thank you. Cesar Roldan, followed by Ray Snodgrass and Heather Wells.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Councilman. Cesar Roldan over on Pendleton Road. I just wanted to go on record again and say that I do oppose any development on the North Bench. That is what we've been fighting for a very long time, but I'm also a realist. And I understand as a realtor that it is inevitable that that beautiful land will eventually be developed. We can leave it as is right now and not approve this project, and it might change hands from one owner to the next. But eventually California will come down and press even harder where that land will be developed. I believe that this is one of the great opportunities that we have to preserve as much land as we can right now. And so I do ask you guys to really consider this, to be able to preserve some of that that rural area that you guys are considering. If 50% is not preserved now, then all of it will eventually be developed. As Donna said, and I echo it, if it's not one resident, it will be up to 3 residents, leaving it at the current plan that it is now. So I, for one, do approve this plan to go forward because it is probably our best chance right now to be able to preserve as much land as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ray Snodgrass.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I have submitted, along with my wife, written comments, so I won't belabor you with that. In the interest of saving some time, my remarks will be short. To me, our battlefield is not in this council chamber. It's in Sacramento. I think we've been let down by a majority of our representatives that allegedly represent the people. And I don't mean everybody in the room, Mr. Borg, but I mean our battle is there, not here. We have, in essence, lost a lot of latitude. You members of the council have lost latitude. The county leaders have lost latitude because of the laws that have been passed. This project is an opportunity to start saving our land. It's going to be out of our control. It's already out of our control in many aspects. I was told by members of this council, if you knew what we knew, you would be scared. Well, I educated myself in the housing units, in RENA, in the mandates coming from Sacramento, in the state laws, in the additional rights of property owners. We're not trying to take away rights of property owners. We're trying to preserve our way of living. I've been here a long time. I was born and raised in a small town, citrus town. I loved the trees when I first moved here. Chapman Heights wasn't there. Orange trees were there, citrus, agriculture. We're trying to preserve at least half of the land for agriculture, because before you know it, we're going to lose it. Let's not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Wells, followed by Kevin Miskin and Ramona Etheridge.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my understanding, this area of Yucaipa is zoned for 1 acre lots. Even though this 52-acre property would indeed be within the zoning of the 1 acre lots, this applicant chose to ignore the zoning and come to the city of Yucaipa requesting special zoning. This area of Yucaipa specifically has 1 acre development to preserve the rural lifestyle. This is a wildlife corridor. This is an area that has no streetlights, no light pollution. 51 homes brings too much light. California is in the middle of a drought, excuse me, with no end and no solution in sight. Yet 51 homes crammed onto 13 acres is the footprint this applicant wants to bring to rural Yucaipa. Don't even get me started on homeowners insurance. Since the El Dorado Ranch fire, my personal homeowner's insurance jumped 490% upon renewal. I scrambled for a week to find affordable insurance. So personally, our family was not only in the mandatory fire evacuation area, but we were slammed with that startling insurance increase, which I found new insurance. This ridge is not suitable to construct 51 homes. I ask you, our city council members, to stay true to the 1 acre, 1 home zoning that is now in place to maintain Yucaipa's rural lifestyle. Our lovely town does not need to become terraced, overbuilt urban sprawl that is cities like Canyon Country, Brea, and Yorba Linda. Keep Yucaipa rural as it was intended by previous council members who had the foresight to put this zoning in place. And one quick question. Is the Serrano Estates the same developer at Oak Glen and Sunnyside Drive? The ones that put the homes in there?
I don't know that answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Kevin Miskin?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Kevin Miskin. I live at 35472 Ivy Avenue. I'm also providing comments today for 2 of my neighbors who are out of state, Dr. Terry Boone at 9794 Yucaipa Ridge, and also Brian and Liz Plain at 35436 Ivy Avenue. My neighbors and I moved into this area over 20 years ago. We were told that it was that property would be rural living. We reject the notion that Mr. Toomey has expounded to us that we just have to lay back and let the city or let the state ride right over us. 250 years ago, there was a little tea party, and it's about time we had another little tea party to stop the madness that's going on in Sacramento. This property is designated as RL1, which means rural living, 1 acre. There is nothing about this particular development that is about rural living, and that's admitted by the developer. What we want is the development to comply with the RL1 zoning. And in that, the changes we'd like to see is the reduced lighting, which has been indicated. We would also like to see that they honor the natural topography of the land. If you go along Ivy or even over Yucaipa Ridge Road, you'll see that the homes and the properties honor the natural topography of the land. You'll see 1 story in the front, 2 stories in the back on the downside slope, or you'll see 1 story on a side of the house and 2 stories on the other side. We observe and honor the natural land. 10 years ago, we voted on this, the city council voted on this 10 years ago, and then Mayor Riddell asked that the developer come back with a plan that honored the natural topography. He did not want to see the steep slopes and the flat lots and the terraced living. So we're asking that you support rural living, that you support the RL1. I appreciate the disclosures that were made here a little bit earlier. I would ask also that if the bait on the hook is the vineyards, that you recuse yourselves. And also, we appreciate the fact that we'd like you to disclose more about your relationship with the developers. We've been doing some research, and we'd especially like Mr. Bobby Duncan to explain his relationship with the developer and in particular, Mr. Craig Heaps, who is the managing member of the Premium Land Development.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ramona Etheridge, followed by Stephen West and Heather Deet.
The proposed plan violates the constitutional rights to happiness. If you go along with this, you're establishing precedents to take away our rights. We all saw in that area is 1 acre or more. What happened? The developer promised grapevines. I raised my family also in Napa Valley. I was there for 22 years. And it's not all what it's cracked up to be. We had drunk drivers. We had emergencies flooded with patients having respiratory problems due to the pesticides and spraying of sulfur usage. We also could not complain about the poisons that were in our waters or anything because it was in our, when you bought your house, it was in the writing. We couldn't complain about it. We can complain about it now, and we need to because people are going to get sick. I went to ER, and the doctor said, this is the time of the year they're spraying. It was dangerous, dangerous. Our town is so small. Grapevines, really, if you saw Napa and you saw our town, you'd be like, what are you guys talking about? This is like a ear cleaner compared to Napa. That place is huge, full of grapevines. But there's residual problems that happen to people's health. You need to know that. And we have due process of law, and in the Fifth Amendment, it says they shall not take private property from us.
Thank you. Stephen West. Oh, did I? Was it Heather first? I'm sorry, I apologize.
Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live up on the North Bench as well, up where we have 5 acre minimums, and there's 1 acre minimums, and that's always, I agree with everybody else as they talk about rural living, lighting issues, and so on and so forth. I have also concern about the vineyards. The vineyards are, I don't know if they're leased or sold or how those work over time. One of the concerns I have is if we have the vineyards and we have the reduced lots, and then if the vineyards go the way of the orange groves, are they going to have the vineyards turn into half acre or quarter acre lots as well if the vineyards get turned over to housing? So that's another concern I have about the vineyards. I like the idea, but I don't like the idea of making the lot so small and the increased traffic for that. So I'm opposed to the proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Deet, followed by Darlene Hushek. Darlene, I apologize if I misspelled or mispronounced your name. And Jack Moser.
My name is Heather Dent. I live at 10010 Country Lane. I've been in Yucaipa on the North Bench for 32 years. I have an 1.25 acre lot where I am, and it's the smallest in my neighborhood. Open space. I was surprised to learn at the Planning Commission meeting the definition of open space. When I think of open space, my definition is how we all live on the North Bench, meaning that we all have large pieces of property that we get to own. We get to have large animals, grow gardens, have chickens. I personally have all of this, and we love it. Open space is not jamming 51 homes on 26 acres and leaving open space available for nothing ever to be built on. I find it funny, people keep saying this open space will be safe from future building. Clearly that's not true. Things are changing, just like everyone keeps saying tonight. So somewhere down the line, years from now, you know that open space might get taken away. Then you have no open space at all. So let's start with my idea of open space from the get-go and keep these properties 1 acre minimum. When high-density housing was built off Fremont and Carter, those new homeowners pushed the chicken ranches right out. Those lots do not allow for farm animals. A couple other concerns I have. The first is the sweetheart deal with the developer to retain ownership of half of his property after being allowed to put 51 houses on 26 acres. He now gets to lease back that property for perpetual income. That acreage being leased to the winery at the very least needs to be removed from the buildable 51 acres. To be able to put 51 homes on 26 acres is not congruent with the general plan, which leads me to my next point. I don't want to see what would look like a mobile home park in my neighborhood. If you put 51 houses on 26 acres, that's exactly what it's going to look like. The lots need to be 1 acre or more. People who bought these 1 acre properties over the last 40 years, like my mother who lives on Azurite Street, were promised these lots would stay at 1 acre minimum. The owner purchased this land knowing the restrictions of the lot sizes. His feasibility cost study was based on him developing 1 house per acre. The owner is asking for the absolute minimum lot size to lower development costs, perhaps doubling his profit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Darlene?
Mayor and councilman, thank you for listening to me today. I don't know what I'm going to say, but I want it on record that I am in opposition to this development. It is not congruent with what our neighborhood has been presented as and how I've lived there for the last 36 years. I moved to Yucaipa from rural Riverside, and as you can see, rural Riverside is long gone, and I would like to preserve Yucaipa the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Mosier, followed by Brandy Hickman and Andrea Urbas.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me okay? And board members. My wife and I have been in Yucaipa for 62 years, 124 combined. We've seen a lot of changes over the years, and Greg, you are not alone. And this is an example of your courage in fighting for our behalf, and we appreciate everything you've done. I don't have a whole lot to say, just the fact that we love the open spaces of Yucaipa just as well. We lived in the North Bench since 2004, and our parents are still living, and they're in the same area as well. We just want to keep Yucaipa as a Yucaipa bench and not turn it into a Yucaipa stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy Hickman?
Hi, I'm Brandy Hickman. I live on 13th Street. Your Honorable Mayor and council members, I want to thank you for this opportunity to have my voice heard in regards to this project, considering the fact that Yucaipa has been my home for the last 34 years. I believe that the city, all of it, is my backyard, not just the neighborhood that I can walk around in. I'm in full support of not only this project, but the vision that the city is trying to implement with the wineries. This project is beautifully designed. Sorry, I'm nervous. They made this look so much easier. Basically, how I feel about this project is that no one wants more homes to come into Yucaipa. But the fact of the matter is that there needs to be some. And I feel like that this is a good compromise, in my opinion. I'm also a very, very big small business owner, or small business, I support small businesses in this town. The North Cork Winery is a beautiful addition to Yucaipa. You guys have done such great work on the Upper Yucaipa to bring in visitors and to keep our residents in town. And I believe that the North Cork Winery has not only proven that they can bring out-of-town visitors, but also bring a different element to Yucaipa with all the wineries that we're trying to implement. I ask that you consider approving this project because not only will it bring few more homes to our community, but also because it will support local small businesses and future wineries to come. If Yucaipa has a vision, why are we waiting to implement that vision when we have an opportunity to start making some progress on it now? Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Urbas,
Right here.
followed by the way, Sebastian Ricardo and Travis Heaps.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council people. I am masked, so please forgive me. I'll speak up. My name is Andrea Urbas. I'm an AICP certified planner, certified environmental planner, and certified urban designer. With that said, I have 40 years of experience in academia, teaching students in architecture and planning about good principles of design and environmental principles as well. I have been a department head, and now I'm acting manager for advanced planning for a very large Southern California city. With that said, I must say that this is a very good project, bearing in mind all design principles. Number one, by right. One thing that has been neglected here is people are not realizing that by right, 52 homes can be built here. So not 51 as it's being proposed, but 52 without going through all of this. The good part about this design, it does retain a lot of the rural qualities. It retains 48% of open space, including the ridgeline. Only 5 homes are impacted visually in their view shed of the ridge. And certainly the winery retains that rural quality. So with that said, I would really encourage you to approve this well-designed project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian Mercado.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm new to the city of Yucaipa. I moved here earlier this year with my family. And what really locked in the decision for me and my wife to purchase a home here and commit to building our family here for the foreseeable future was many things, but I guess broadly it was that Yucaipa is Yucaipa, that it's such a gorgeous landscape and it's such a inviting and warm community. And that was just a world apart from the life that we had grown up experiencing coming from where we were moving from. So I am in support of this project, and I hope that Mayor and council members, you guys would be in consideration of approving it, because in the short time that I've been here, it's been very easy to be able to see some of the pitfalls, I guess you could say, in the local economy. One of the things that we fell in love with as a family was the really bustling small business community in the city of Yucaipa. I hope to be a small business owner in the city of Yucaipa in the near future. But I do see that there is some amount of struggle, to say the least. The first time we went to go visit Oakland about 4 weeks ago for a Saturday morning brunch, the first restaurant that we stopped at was Angus McCurdy's. I wanted to go there. I saw some Google review photos of this incredible looking sandwich. We stepped into the restaurant and the owner was very displeased to inform us that she wasn't open for business and hadn't been for several weeks, if not a couple of months already. And she stated that she only hoped to be able to reopen this coming apple season, maybe. So that was really disheartening, as was the rest of the conversation we had with her. But I hope this project and others like it might be able to help bring well-needed stimulation to the local economy and benefit the community.
Thank you very much. Travis Heaps, followed by Paul Woolard, lives on Yucaipa Ridge Road, and Deborah Davidson.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I appreciate your time here today to discuss this project. I think this is going to be a beautiful project. I think, the way that it combines the agricultural, the hillside, the smaller lots. I mean, you're maintaining the same density that would be there when the city prepares a general plan. It looks at the property and its total build out capacity by doing the gross density of that property. So a lot of talk here has been about the rural character, about the rural environment. I look through the definition. I look for a definition in the development code. I look for a definition in the general plan. What is rural, other than just a designation of land use? I can't find it anywhere. So I went to Merriam-Webster, rural. Definition of rural, of or relating to the country, country people or life, or agriculture. Dictionary.com, of relating to or characteristic of the country, country life, or country people, of or relating to agriculture. This project proposes 50% to be designated as open space, and a large portion of that to be agriculture. I mean, it by very definition, I mean, having a farm right next to this project, I mean, what is more rural than that? But beyond that, look at what this project will do for the economy. You know, you have more residents, you have more people spending money at local businesses, and even it will align with a lot of the city's previous actions. I mean, a lot of time and money has been spent into branding Yucaipa. Explore Yucaipa. You know, what do we have to offer? You know, we have all these great amenities and stuff, but no one knows about it. You got the Performing Arts Center, which that's supposed to be an anchor to draw people from outside the city to this place. Electronic message center signs, you know, to attract people from the freeway into this. The AVA, the Yucaipa Wine Country Specific Plan, this is all aligned with that. And thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Paul, I apologize, I can't pronounce your last name. Thank you.
Were you given a map?
Yes.
I had put it on a PowerPoint, and I didn't realize I had to get it approved first, so it's going to make this a little bit difficult. But so I live just across the street from the development on Yucaipa Ridge Road. Lived there for about 19 years. Used to walk in the fields every morning with the dogs. It just shows from the wildlife there is extensive: deer, bear, bobcats, owls, several kinds of hawks, white-tailed kites, foxes, coyotes, etc. There's also many wildflowers, including a rare Mariposa lily. Now, I had some photographs to show you. I'm going to have to skip that because because I couldn't get it on the screen. The North Bench is one of the last truly open spaces in Yucaipa. If it is developed up to the mountains, it'll look like a mass housing tract and lose its character completely. The Estates is a development that does not meet 1 acre zoning on the North Bench by using the trick of setting aside open space they claim is quarter-acre lot homes can be crammed together, and that meets the 1 acre zoning requirement. It's not the same, and we aren't fooled. We might find it more acceptable if the houses and streets were set in the middle of a field with plenty of open space around it, but that's not the case. The west side is jammed up to it's up to our neighborhood of 61 1 acre custom homes, and the space between the existing homes, like mine, on the west side of the Yucaipa Ridge Road and the first row of houses in the proposed area is significantly closer than the space to any of my other neighbors. So slamming it up does not conform to the custom houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Deborah Davidson, followed by Patty Ingram, Preston Todd.
Good evening. I'm glad I was later because a lot of my points have been made about traffic and water. This is a very, very green picture, and that takes a lot of water to do that. We live in a drought. It's also a very deceptive picture. I want you to look at this picture that you have in front of you. It's the same one that was passed out. If you look at where the blue dots are spread, those are the existing custom homes that are built into the natural terrain. If you look at the red homes, these are all of these homes that are jammed, and it's just totally different from the nature of our community. The Yucaipa General Plan vision begins by identifying community cornerstones of small-town rural character with strong neighborhood identities, as well as scenic vistas, wildlands, ravines, and hillsides, We're zoned on the outskirts of Yucaipa for 1-acre lots because we're right next to a wildlife area. It's all undeveloped. I've seen wildfires raging through there and had to evacuate from it. Doing something like that, where all of that traffic is pouring out onto one street, all of those 3 roads go onto Yucaipa Ridge, and then there's only one other big exit out of there. You're talking about 61 existing homes in that neighborhood and adding almost twice as much in that small area, and it's just not acceptable. It's not in the best interest of Yucaipa, and it's not something that we should do to make the developers make more profits, regardless of what other bait they put for, look, there's a grapevine. It's not the same thing. It's just changing the whole nature of the community, and I'm totally opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patty Ingram.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I like the goals of a planned development process, and when used with care, can make for a superior project, but this is not this project. I like the idea of vineyards also. However, approval of vineyard projects should not sacrifice the quality of a neighborhood, its character, and the lifestyle of adjacent residents. This property has many drawbacks: earthquake faults, hillsides, blue line streams, to name a few. The surrounding residents should not have to pay for a poor piece of property with substandard lots. I think vineyards have the potential to be a better fire break than natural open space. In fact, if the vineyards are so important, then move all the vineyards to the natural open space, and that frees up 12 acres that you could expand the size of these lots to make them more rural. And I disagree with the applicant as to your abilities. You have the right and obligation to enforce the codes of the city. You do not have the obligation to approve 51 cluster lots. But finally, the real test here is the findings. The approval of this project cannot be made because the proposed development is not consistent with the general plan, and specifically inconsistent with the following policies. The Community Design and Land Use Policy 1.8, the Custom Home Overlay District, is not followed. CDL 2.4, the grading is a significant contrast to the surrounding areas. In fact, there are 45-foot high slopes. CDL 2.7, the site planning does not fit the natural topography nor address adjacent property needs, and landlocking the property to the east. CDL 10.4, there is no design variation that comes from larger custom lots and homes. Housing and Neighborhood Policy HN 1.6, the project does not preserve the neighborhood identity. HN 2.4, the North Bench is to be in keeping with the rural character. 12,000 square foot lots are not rural and are closer to 10,000 square foot lots by the time you take out the front easements and the slopes. HN 3.6 is not compatible with the surrounding areas. This project is unimaginative and does not integrate with the surrounding properties or carry out the intention of a planned development, and
Thank
therefore
you very
I request
much.
that you deny the project.
Preston Todd.
Hello, my name is Preston Todd, 9677 Yucaipa Ridge Road. I have lived in Yucaipa all of my 49 years, and I, along with my wife, are the owners of North Cork Vineyard and Winery. I have been in contact with many landowners, developers, and concerned citizens of Yucaipa. I have heard many opinions of what is to become of our budding wine industry and land use on the North Bench. I, like so many citizens, do not want to see housing development on the North Bench. But make no mistake, housing and development is coming. It is important to keep the charm of Yucaipa. We need our agriculture, we need our open spaces, our nature. This is why many of us have grabbed onto the wine industry to pursue those things. Do 1 acre lots produce those? 1 acre lots takes up more space and more green space in nature. 1 acre parcel is not rural living. It is a neighborhood. It just seems to me that we have a developer that's willing and ready to compromise by providing a development plan that includes open space, vineyards, and green area. Many citizens of Yucaipa have been working on compromise with this developer and those in the wine industry open spaces. The compromise is split the land 50% housing and the other 50% vineyards. By doing this, lot sizes will have a much smaller footprint. Full neighborhoods with no vineyards or open space is not the answer. I do believe that the good citizens of Yucaipa truly do not understand the scope of this development. The city of Yucaipa and our leaders must protect the wine industry, our open spaces, while keeping in mind the developers' rights. This project on Yucaipa Ridge Road will act as a model for future development and hopefully one day become city ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I was remiss in announcing the pre-line. Jeff Crydell, followed by Robin Miskin and Amy Agadani.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Jeff Crydell. I live at 12357 Ross Place, Apartment B, here in Yucaipa. First off, I'd like to say that I'm for this project. I don't know if I can add anything that hasn't already been said this evening, but I do know that it's obviously the people of the North Bench really don't want any development up there. I hear a lot, they want to preserve open space and they want to keep the trails and kept 1 acre lots, but the reality is if it is developed as 1 acre lots, there won't be any of that. Everybody with a 1 acre lot usually has it fenced in. It'll eliminate all of the open space. And as you know, if it is developed 1 acre lots, they can be developed with ADUs. Now you're looking at twice as many families, twice as many cars, no open space, no trails, just more streets and fenced yards. Most of the people here tonight own 1 acre lots up there on the North Bench. If you look at a Google Maps, there's no open space. It's all, granted they have nice big yards, but at least this way, it preserves half of it as open space. Agriculture is rural. I believe this project would preserve the rural feel of Yucaipa, and other people have the right to live in a rural feeling. I don't understand how anyone can think 1 acre lots will preserve any of that. At least this, like I said, this project does provide open space, a nice trail up to the property above, which will connect to another trail. Like I said, in my opinion, this is a project is a way to keep the rural feel by putting the homes in one area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin Miskin.
Good evening. My name is Robin Miskin. I live at 35472 Ivy Avenue, and I represent two of my neighbors who are out of state. That is Dr. Terry Boone at 9794 Yucaipa Ridge Road and Liz and Brian Plain at 35436 Ivy Avenue. My neighbors and I moved to Yucaipa over 20 years ago. We did our homework. We really did before we moved here. And we were told that the land behind us was zoned for rural living on 1 acre minimum. We appreciate the developer's efforts to create a beautiful development. It would look very nice in Chapman Heights, but not on the North Bench. The land is zoned for RL1, meaning rural living, on 1 acre minimum. It has been said that they're being generous in supplying just 51 homes when all of the land is not developable. And so the homes are going to be on about a 1/4 acre lot rather than a 1 acre designated lot. We asked the developer to consider a grading plan that would not allow the terraced sloping on postage stamp lots big enough for one house only. Drive down Ivy Avenue and Yucaipa Ridge Road. You will see that our homes honor the natural topography with 1-story homes on the upside and the property with 2-story walkout on our basements on the downslope. The development must support rural living. We heard a definition here of what they feel rural living is. rural living would mean that each home can supply livestock, chickens, orchards, horses, and as the owners desire. And this development would not provide that rural living that we have sought for and are asking for here on the North Bench. Now, we ask you to please consider one thing as you do your vote tonight. And please think about this. The city does not owe anyone a return on their investment as you make your vote tonight, but think about us as citizens.
Thank you. Amy Adagoni, followed by Shannon Estrada and Trevor Leja.
Good evening. My name is Amy Agadoni, and I live at 9978 Fremont. My husband and I, we have been Yucaipa residents for 7 years, and we moved to the North Bench less than 6 months ago, which is a drastic difference from so many of this community who've lived there for 30 plus years. But we relocated to the North Bench from Lower Yucaipa because of our understanding of the rural 1-acre lots. Little did we know that this would be challenged so soon after we moved across the street from a very wide open lot, which is just down the street from the acreage that's being discussed tonight. Moving to the North Bench allowed my husband and I to provide our kids the space we both had as kids. My husband had a canyon in his backyard in North County, San Diego, with room to explore and play, and I grew up on 6 acres in the Midwest, and it was absolutely magical. While many California residents are relocating to other states, we have chosen to stay here in Yucaipa. My parents, who lived on the 6 acres I mentioned, recently said goodbye to my childhood home and relocated to Yucaipa to be near us, so near that we will be breaking ground in the next few weeks on an ADU, just a tiny little house on our 1.25-acre lot for them to be near us. The third reason why I would ask that Yucaipa maintain the integrity of the North Bench with minimum 1-acre lots has to do with mental health. My husband is a first responder, and the amount of stress that he experiences and the trauma he sees each shift is really intense, and our neighborhood provides the space for decompression and for our time to be together as a family. And I don't think that it is a stretch to say that so many of the people who live here live there for their mental health. And we know that change will happen. Change has been happening since the beginning of time. But Yucaipa is so special, and this space can still be special if it's maintained as 1-acre lots. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shannon Estrada.
Hi, I'm Shannon Estrada. I'm on Ivy Avenue as well. I did not come prepared for a speech. I actually have 3 boys. I'm lucky to be here. I'm tired. I don't look great. But this is where I'm at. We moved, well, I've been in Yucaipa since '91. We've lived on, 2nd Street, we lived on East Street, and then we saved our money to buy my grandparents' property on Ivy Avenue. It is so old, by the way. I've had 2 burst pipes, so I have construction crews all over. But I love where I live, guys. I love where I live. My husband and I chose to raise our children here because of no light pollution. We didn't want the neighbors. We didn't want to hear the music. We didn't want to hear that. My husband, too, is a first responder. He has gone into into bullets. He's lost his hearing because of this. It is, too, a mental health issue for us. But above all, I do not take lightly the fear that people put in here about the state. I don't subscribe to fear. I didn't subscribe to fear when COVID hit and my children were kicked out of school. I refuse to subscribe to fear that our governor, the one I never voted for, by the way, is trying to make laws about how I'm supposed to live, how I'm supposed to raise my family, and what should be here. I'm all about small business. I'm all about wine, guys. I do. I love the wine. We need to do this in a right way, a responsible way. We did move here for a reason. All of us did. I love Yucaipa. We can grow. We can do it the right way, but not from fear from somebody who's going to make money and who really did talk down to us, who's been smug. I've been here for hours, and I had to listen to him. It was disrespectful, and I refuse to have somebody disrespect me and my family and the hard work that we put in every single day to live where we live. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Trevor Leja, followed by Bill Tilbury, and then finally Tony Matlock.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Trevor Leja. I live on Yucaipa Ridge. This property will develop someday. Today is not that day. I support North Cork. I support what the Todds are doing up there and the vision for vineyards across this city. I support small business. But what I want to remind everybody today is this is not a commercial project. This is a housing project. And I don't support the lot size proposed in this project. The proposed development is inconsistent with the existing development standards, as many of the speakers have said tonight. It's simply not compatible with the neighborhood, the surrounding area. So we're proposing a planned development here. That's going to provide new standards for this area. But what we're doing is we're opening the floodgates. We're not decreasing the barrier to development. We're opening the floodgates across all of Yucaipa with precedents that cannot be walked back. The incompatibility or the difference from what this project is proposing to what the neighborhood is so drastic that we won't be able to walk that back. I'm worried about that, and that's why I don't support this project. We need to find a compromise, something with vineyards, something that develops this property, but something that remains rural. That photo there is not rural, despite many of the definitions that have been articulated today. My recommendation is that you accept the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny this project, deny the appeal, but go one step further, provide some feedback. Let's get some 1 acre lots or close to 1 acre. Let's make it rural. And let's have a good project, but not something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Tilbury.
Good evening, Councilman. Bill Tilbury from 1173 Peachtree Circle. Thank you, man. And I'm for this project. We moved here from San Dimas. I've watched San Dimas that grew. I love the place. It grew out of hand. They've got houses on top of houses now and everything else. No open areas. No open areas like this would provide. I hate to say it, but 52 homes are 52 homes. And this project allows 52 homes to be in a smaller area, but it's going to be the same amount of traffic, same amount of water. And if we have the extra houses on it, if you've got an acre and you got 52 homes on 52 acres and you can add more homes to it, well, guess what? Now we've got more. We've got more water usage. We've got more kids going to school, more traffic going down the streets. So I would love to have Yucaipa be able to stop, like you were saying, Bobby, and go backwards. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's a fear factor as far as the state of California. As far as I can see, it's a reality. So if we've got to do it, I would rather have something like this than have 52 houses spread all over the hills to where I don't have access to the hills and I don't have open spaces close by. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Tony Matlock.
Is everybody still awake? Okay, good. I'm Tony Matlock. I'm here to talk about, I'm on the Wine Country Committee. I've been on it for 2 years. A lot of the things that we've been trying to do in that group is to try to find a way to support open space, agricultural vineyards, along with homes, without losing homes or adding homes. And when we talk about a lot of things and understanding that change is difficult and scary to a lot of people. They don't want to change, but they want someone else to do something different. But here, we're looking at trying to put together a plan that you're going to build a certain amount of homes that you're already scheduled to build, but not take up as much space as you were going to take up, and turn the other parts into open space, vineyards, walkways, everything like this to allow you to be able to keep that rural feeling. There was discussions about lighting. That's been part of that discussion in our planning process. I'm not saying that this project falls in line with all those things, but I think that if we hold them accountable to these requirements, we will have a good situation. Now, today, I've lived here since I was 5 years old. I won't tell you how long ago that was. I'm a product of the school district here. I've seen the orange groves in where now is Chapman Heights. I didn't move there then, but I've moved there now.
Speak
I've
into the
accepted
microphone.
change. And I've had friends that come by my place and said, you know, you've got one gorgeous view, better than what you had where you lived before, which was on an acre of land. So it's in a perspective. Let's don't be afraid to embrace new ideas, but let's also set our standards of what we want and ensure that we get that so everybody can have at least a good compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, just for the record, are there any more speakers?
No.
Okay, very good. Okay, now this is a time for rebuttal. I've said this before, but brevity is your best friend.
Except, you know me. Give me a microphone. Like Tony, apparently, I didn't realize we were so kindred spirits. I came here when I was 5 years old, too. And in my former position, we had the occasion to talk to a lot of residents about Yucaipa, survey them. We did a lot of different opinion tests and so forth. And a lot of those questions were, why did you come to Yucaipa? Or what do you find about Yucaipa that is the most attractive element to being here? And this was just in the last 10 years, and almost without fail, every answer to that question was because of the small town feel. We are a community of about 55,000 people. We are not a small town by really any stretch of the definition, and yet it still feels that way. In many ways, it's not about how it's developed. It's about who moves here. They bring their small town values, small town sensibilities, small town friendliness to Yucaipa, and it continues to be a small town. I've been here since 1963, and living in the midtown of Yucaipa, the Toomey Estate, on Avenue A, that was my neighborhood, and that was the commercial area of Yucaipa. That was it. When Stater Brothers, actually now Stater Brothers, Safeway decided to build on the west side of 4th Street, the whole town blew up because they were going to ruin the town by moving that commercial that far down the street, and eventually commercial was going to all the way down the boulevard. And yes, it does. Over the next 60 years, it has developed that way. And that's another 40 years, as far as the general plan is concerned, we're going to be at, again, 80,000 people. The expectation is that we still have that same small town feel because of the way people who live here act and operate. In response to some of the questions we've had here, I know it's a big packet of information, but in that packet of information regarding this project is an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration. These are documents that are required by the California Environmental Quality Act to confirm that what you're proposing doesn't have any significant impacts on the environment. That document outlines all the aspects of the evaluation, whether it's the traffic impacts, the impacts to water supply, impacts to the environmental the biology in terms of the biotic, the plants and the endangered species that might be on the property, air quality. All those things have been addressed through special studies, evaluated by city staff, and found to be there are no significant impacts and no impacts that can't be mitigated. And so while we can certainly appreciate the traffic concerns for the neighbors that live on those streets are still designed to carry that amount of traffic. Intersections that require upgrading, this developer will have to pay for some of those upgrading. All those kinds of things have been evaluated. Yucaipa has been fortunate, although it's certainly expensive. The water district has done a very good job of providing for sustainable water supply in the distant future. And so that report identifies this project, 51 homes, is the water available for this project is available in Yucaipa. Of course, the challenge is the water doesn't come out of the hose very fast or out of your faucet very fast. That's part of the responsibilities of this project's developer, is to upgrade that system to make sure that works. I know council pays very close attention to the comments being made tonight. This project is, in some ways, maybe a proxy to the properties that you're considering as part of the wine country specific plan. The very same concerns that were addressed here regarding the rural atmosphere, the 1 acre lots, the promise of the general plan are all going to come back in the conversation, I suspect, in the time that you're going to hear those concerns again about this wine country specific plan. And so the expectation is that if that plan is thought to be an appropriate redesign of the North Bench, this redesign of this particular location meets those same principles. It's the same concept. It's take half the property and build houses on, and the other half keep as open space. It just happens to be in a location that's outside of that particular plan area, but it certainly is the same intentions. My comments about the state certainly wasn't a threat to, we're going to build this, if you don't let us build this project, we're going to build something much more distasteful. It was really more about how we have gotten to the place that much of what the city is able to decide on is taken out of your hands. And unfortunately, it's the very thing that we do here this evening. We try to express our thoughts about a project, but because across the state, so many people are opposed different kinds of projects, that housing doesn't get constructed. And then there's a shortage, and then the state goes crazy with passing a bunch of laws. I am no fan of the asylum we call Sacramento. And I agree with one of the speakers saying, absolutely, the battle is in Sacramento. And council is doing their very best to try to balance between Sacramento laws, primarily focused on the northern part of the state, and what we have to do to make Yucaipa still remain this jewel that we have. I'm a little surprised at Christine's comment about the promise of the general plan never changing, and she's actually on the committee to change 1,000 acres in the North Bench. Again, it's still the idea that, I think it was John made the comment, if you're not growing, you're dying. That is true. The idea that the North Bench holds a kind of a key to economic health in the community is that case. And this is kind of that project that maybe springboards that process. The vineyard part of it is a commitment between the landowner and the winery, and that commitment is even before the houses get started. He is ready to plant grapes tomorrow if you were to approve this project. And the funding for that is shared with this particular developer. And so it certainly is a plant now, build houses later kind of an approach. Are there any questions of me? Now that we've had this conversation, certainly a lot of emotion about a project that comes in, and everybody hopes that the field stays the same, the orange grove stays the same. You know, I miss Blake's Market in the uptown, and so nothing, unfortunately, stays the same, and change certainly is painful, as was mentioned here as well. But I certainly love this town just as much as everybody else, and I'm happy to be a part of a project that is attempting to trade off the ideas of making a little bit of smaller lot area. It's still 15,000 square foot lots. It's still certainly not as big as the lots in the neighborhood, but it is the best trade-off that can be achieved with a particular site and retaining some of those same corridors that everybody is talking about. So again, if there are any questions for, on the project side, I'd be happy to answer those. If not, I try to be quickly brief, if that's possible.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I do have to ask council first.
I'm done.
Maybe I don't. How many, you said 15,000 square foot lots.
It's 12,000 to 18,000, I think, is the
And
range.
what are the numbers? How many 12,000 versus 15 versus 18?
I would probably, I don't know the specifics to that. I don't have those kinds of fancy details in my head, but I would suspect it's about 60% in the 12,000 to 13,000 range, and then decreasing to the larger size.
Okay, so it's mostly smaller lots.
Mostly
then.
smaller lots, absolutely.
Okay, I have no further questions of the applicant. Do you have anything?
Could be staff or it could be the applicant. Of the area C in green on page 486, our hillside ordinance is terraced. It depends on what the percent of slope is by how much developable space. What is that area C?
So the hillside ordinance was modified later
Yeah.
to identify the boundary of the hillside ordinance. It's
But this
outside
falls
that-
in that ordinance, right?
Well, outside of that boundary, that ordinance doesn't apply. And so the area C, I forget the letters, but is it referring just to the hillsides?
The area C is within the hillside overlay
Yes.
district boundary.
It's within, so, and is it over that, I believe it's that 30% threshold that doesn't allow you to build? I don't remember what the actual percentage
And
is.
so after taking account of the average slope of the entire property, it was 15% that the property who is in a hillside ordinance is subject to the hillside ordinance requirements. Once you do the slope analysis, it establishes how much open space you have to keep set
Right.
aside and how much you can build. For steepness like that, it's over 30%, is maybe 70%, something like that. Anything above that is like, you can't build on it.
So that
the
area C, basically, area C, you wouldn't be able to develop on regardless?
There's probably maybe a couple home sites near the top that you could probably build.
Okay.
I have one.
Yes,
I'm probably going to open Pandora's
Go ahead.
box. Would the developer be open to adjusting this plan to some degree? I think at the very beginning of this point, it said there was like 16 homes that were supposed to be dedicated to seniors, 62 and older, I believe.
That's correct.
I'm not 62 yet.
Good
However,
for you.
at some point in time, I may be wanting to downsize if I've got a larger property somewhere. If we were to take the majority of those homes and push them closer to that 1 acre lot, and the ones that are slotted for a senior age, I don't know. There may be some that are wanting to farm a property at 62, but I would think some are probably trying to downsize. Maybe taking some of those lots that are smaller and applying them to the senior homes and keep the majority of the homes closer to that one lot. I'm not trying to give an exact size, but would there be some sort of openness to consider something like that? I'm not saying it's the best idea. It's something that I happen to think of today.
Right.
Just trying to look at, listening to all the comments. We had 828 pages prepared to read for this event tonight, not just for this particular point. It's a lot of reading to catch up on everything. And a lot of comments, a lot of things were written in letters and things that were sent in and emails and phone calls. And a lot of them are dealing with the lot size. Obviously, a lot of other points have been brought up tonight. Just something that I kind of thought of today. Didn't know if that was something that would be amendable to both sides.
And so it has always again, the trade-off. And so the vineyard area, the remainder parcel identified, at least a part of that remainder parcel identified on that map, is just shrunk as the lot sizes increase, is one way to look at that. What you're implicitly asking is if the number of units can be diminished, if the number of lots can be decreased, therefore keeping the same developable area, but now just doing less in that same location, keeping the vineyard area the same size. Those are the two options. If the 50 lots are to kind of still be of the objective, then you just lose vineyard area by when you make the lots bigger. If the 12 acres, 13 acres is intended to be only the developable area, then you're going to lose lots when you make them bigger. And so this again is that scenario that is being played out in the other project, the bigger project that we've been referring to all evening. Those parcels that are subject to the wine country thing, I don't know if they're being asked to transition on Fremont Street, for example, to something bigger along Fremont Street, to transition from those large lots into something smaller. I think for the moment, the developer is really, because of the costs associated with doing the project and the offsite improvements, I think his lot number is, for the most part, kind of stabilized. A handful of lots maybe, but not the majority of them. Thank you.
My concern is what is the applicant and the project proponents willing to do to compromise to get this project passed? He had a good point.
Yeah.
And you countered with, well, we don't have enough, we're going to lose our vineyards. Well, is it worth to lose a little bit of vineyard country and gain some space and maybe find something that the council can live with? Or are we going to hold fast? The concept was actually approved by the Planning Commission, but they thought some tweaking needed to be put in in order for this project to go through. So and it was a close call, 3-4. And I do agree that growth will occur, but we've got to do it, as we've always said, on our terms. And the developer and the project proponents have been seemingly unwilling to look for a compromise or give something and we can give something. There's been no negotiation that has come to fruition, at least. We are losing local control, but that doesn't mean we can't fight. And we should be able to, and we do have the ability, despite what some people think, to deny this project based on what we see here. We can do that. With respect to the ADA issue that you brought up, ADAs can be put on 5,000 square foot lots, convert the garage into an ADU. That's not an issue. On the other side, we have to understand, the public has to understand that the applicant can submit a map for 52 one-acre lots, and there's nothing we can do about that. But there are ways in which we have to compromise, from my perspective, as a resident in the area, that can provide for what the developer wants and what we can live with. A good example is the Casablanca project. What's the name of that? John Weldy's?
John Weldy.
The Meridian project?
It's been changed back to the Casablanca project, I think.
Anyway, he proposed a project that included a lot of open space, trails, looked like it was going to go, but nobody liked it, and it was denied. And then he came back with a concept that gave the appearance of vineyard country and still could provide 182 lots, homes, give or take, 187. But the feel was vineyard country. What he simply did was surround the community with vineyards and commensurate wine tasting at different sizes. So when you go down Oakland Road, you saw, in this case, olive trees in the back of some wine tasting facilities. As you traveled up and down Fremont, you saw 2.5 acre lots that were zoned and encouraged to put little vineyards there. And so what you saw was vineyards, and in the back, you saw homes.
Just, if I may, Mr. Mayor, for the record, this is contributing to your question to the applicant about making compromises.
And I'll
that-
lead myself to that, if I can.
I'm sorry.
What we need to do now is learn the lessons, and what can we do that can provide a compromise that can satisfy the public's need for the sense of open space and vineyard country and still allow for 51 units or 51 lots to go in.
So, I hear you. I don't know how far I can go with this, but, and you guys are the experts who are sitting on the wine country world about how, in that example you described, how wide or deep a section of property has to be effective as a vineyard. You can't have it so narrow that it, I don't know, boy, there's like 10 vines planted on Oakland Road just at Fremont Street that seem to be doing okay. So in terms of a production, here's my the thought is, if the area along the front of this development were vineyard, and maybe kind of 2 lots worth, given the opportunity, though, to reconfigure this, to maybe relocate some or all of those lots in this location, where the vineyard area is essentially maintained the size that it is, only it's just extended this way, and the development is just warped in this manner. It certainly does a better job of disguising the housing that's going to start down in here. It continues to, of course, be the continuity of the vineyard, and it provides still the opportunity for the developer to maintain the objective he's trying to achieve. That's one approach.
Are you going to close the public hearing?
Okay. All my questions have been answered. At this time, I'd like to close the public hearing and open it up for council discussion. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. So the mayor alluded to a project up in the North Bench. I think it's called Casablanca. I know it's something we looked at 6 to 8 years ago, and we had a big crowd just like this. It was, I think it was like 240 acres or 220 acres. And the proposal was to reduce the 1 acre lots to half-acre lots, and then create kind of a meandering street system, and then open space where you could put trails through, and all none of the roads were straight. Everything had kind of a meandering look, kind of like what you see over there in the area that we're talking about. People were really upset, and I went against the grain because I actually thought that was a better project. I actually believe that reducing it down to that half acre, the density was the same, it was the same amount of homes, but they had donated all this area to open space, and I thought they had done a really good job with that. I took some heat for that, but if you're asking me, I thought it was a better project. This is not that project. This is just straight lines of homes in a straight line, and we're dedicating open space that already has to be open space. I mean, it's already part of the hillside ordinance. I'm not opposed to if he had come back with maybe some half-acre lots and what he had done over at the Casablanca with the meandering roads. I think he did an incredible job. If we could apply that type of logic to this project, it might be something I would definitely consider. But I just don't think this is the right. It doesn't look like it fits in that same general vicinity. So I would be opposed, but I'm not opposed to reorienting, changing it up, and coming back. But this project I do oppose.
So I'll go back to the very beginning of tonight when we first started this point. We did some transparency things. So I will tell you right now that being up here, I gotta make sure I'm doing the right thing for the city, whether it's the citizens or it's businesses or housing development or whatever the case is, making sure that we're making the right decisions and we're standing up for our community. Part of that responsibility is to be educated, and I am not a developer, I can tell you that right now, and there's a lot of things I don't understand about it. So I have probably, since I've sat up here in the past 18 months, met 5 times, I'm guessing about 5 times total with the developer on different projects. This one was not one of them, and that is why when he contacted me and let me know that this had been denied in the Planning Commission's meeting. So just so you understand that I am trying to do my homework, and I'm not gonna just sit here and just only read what's put in front of me. I'm gonna do my best to figure out both sides of the coin, so to speak. So that is why that took place. And then tonight, prior to the meeting, he did contact me and wanted to know if I had any questions about what was in the staff report. All right, so I did not think about that when we did our disclosure earlier, so I'm making that note now. So far be it from me to keep anything from you all, because I'm representing you. My idea for the compromise was what I voiced earlier about trying to see about pushing these lots closer to that 1 acre and maybe cutting down if we have to have some smaller sizes to make this thing fit, maybe putting that onto the senior section. It's already been said earlier tonight that we have a lot of different issues we have to consider when what's going on with the state, our numbers, what developers want to do, what the citizens don't want in their area. We got people that don't own any property up there that support the idea because of the economic reasons, one way or another. And then you got the folks that live up there and they oppose it. I commend all of you for being here tonight, because most of the time in the whole 18 months that I've been up here, which is a very small experience history, most of the time those pews are empty. If we have anybody in here, it's maybe 20 to 30 people. So you guys have shown up tonight, and we have to take what you're giving us, what you're representing. We're supposed to represent you and make the best decision we can. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all your time and your comments at the podium. With that, without there being any adjustments to this, I think at this point I'm opposed to it.
Mr. Duncan?
So to the distinguished fellow in the back there that was kind enough to mention my name, I noticed you didn't mention John's name, but you mentioned my name. This project was not my idea. I don't work for Premium Land Development. I have coffee with people all the time, and I contact a lot of people in Yucaipa a lot. I'm a real estate agent, so I talk to everybody about a lot of things. So 2.5 years ago, I shared John's sentiment about you being here. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to hear from you. This is a suck job being on the city council because of times just like this. But 2.5 years ago, the Yucaipa Valley Wine Alliance decided that they wanted to apply for an AVA. That's a federal designation with the government to say that any wine grown here, any grapes grown here, is designated as from here, and it's approved by the federal government. This council, this council agreed to give them $5,000 of grant money to apply to be an AVA. So this council decided that this whole idea of an AVA was a good idea. So we gave them $5,000, and we even assisted in the process of the application. That was all published in the newspaper. It was on social media. For 2.5 years, then we decided to have a committee, form a committee, which consisted of property owners, city councilmen. David Avila and I sat on this committee for 2.5 years of our life. During that time, we literally went through 2 complete sessions, talked about all of the great things that we should do or that we wanted to do with the North Bench, with the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country specific plan. That's what we've been working on. This project is picture perfect, everything that David Avila and I sat there and approved. We agreed that this would be a good idea for the North Bench. We were trying to give some incentive to the property owners to plant grapes and not just build houses. So 2.5 years goes by, and we not only gave them $5,000, we have approved at least 3 different times up here that we thought this type of project in that area, that part of the city, was a good idea. We literally have driven this concept through our approval process. And that's why I think Premium Land Development sort of followed our lead to develop this project. Right now, this committee is deciding, and I'm glad you're here because we should have heard from you 2.5 years ago when you were doing whatever you were doing, and we were trying to make this thing work. So right now, Casablanca, it's 240 acres. They're going to build clustered housing there. They're going to have 184 houses there, and they're going to plant vineyards. Then the Laird property, which is just north of it, is 320 acres, and they're going to do the same thing there. This is where we're at, and this council has literally led these developers through this committee process, and I'm sorry you guys weren't included. If I'd have known this was going to be such a big problem, I literally would have gone door to door and invited you to come and let us know we don't want this. But I didn't design this. I just agree or disagree along with my colleagues if it's a good idea. And this council thought it was a good idea. Staff thought it was a good idea. And yet here we are. And so 2.5 years later, we spent over $300,000 of our money, your money, and grant money to get us to a project just like this. This is picture perfect of all that we've decided to do as a city. And yet here we are, and this developer, Premium Land Development, just followed the lead of this council and this staff to design this project. Where were you guys? And better yet, going forward, where are you going to be going forward? Are you going to wait till we get down the road 2 years and we got a project and you go, oh, don't want that? Let us know what you want. I mean, John mentioned that there's nobody here because nobody cares until they care. And we care all the time because we want to do what's best for everyone in Yucaipa. And I don't have a financial interest in this. This wasn't my idea. I'm not employed by these people. I just yay or nay, and I do my research to find out if it's good for the city. We decided as a council this concept was good for our city, not just the North Bench, not Dunlap Acres, but for the city. So I support this project because I sat through 2.5 years of my life getting here. And yet my colleagues will vote no on this project, and we encourage the developer to design this project. So I think the developer's in a pretty good position to sue the city based on the decisions we've made thus far.
No, I'm sorry. We're not taking any more comments from the public. Thank you. Go ahead and finish your thought.
No, I'm done. That's all. It's a difficult job. You can't please everybody, but here we are. I mean, I wish you guys had shown up 2.5 years ago and said, hey, Bob, not a good idea. I said, okay, squash it. But we didn't do that. You didn't do that. We're up here making decisions, and I'm not kidding you. At least 3 times we've approved the Yucaipa Valley Wine Country specific plan. We've done that. We've made decisions up here that led to this decision. And now we're not going to back this decision. So now but there's 1,000 acres that we decided to do this with on the North Bench. And that's where we're at. Is any of that not true?
For the record, this is not within that specific plan that he's referring.
Please hold your applause, just make the observation. Along those lines, is the Laird property part of the specific plan?
It's a part of the draft specific plan, just for the record. Specific plan hasn't been approved yet. Council has reviewed it in several study sessions, but it is within the boundary of the proposed specific plan.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. You guys heard most of my comments. Just to clarify, the project, the Casablanca project, was brought forward because Jonathan Weldy, the project proponent and partner, was looking for ways to get his property developed. The AVA idea came about, and he jumped on it. But it wasn't without a cost. We had, as Councilmember Duncan said, is that we had this long committee of 2.5 years of trying to figure out how to make this thing work. We came up with an idea that seemed to be good, and as I mentioned before, we surrounded his residential project with vineyard country. And it gave the illusion that this was all wine country. And so it placated the public. They were happy with the concept. The project proponents got to build their 182 homes, or however many it was. The public gets to see what looks like wine country. We had the open space. We had an additional park and a pond. And altogether, it was acceptable by the city council, acceptable by the project proponents, and acceptable by the public. This project does not meet the same criteria. The intent is there, but it's incomplete. Again, we're using vineyards as a backdrop, but the public, the residents, see just high-density housing, at least in their mind, high-density housing. We need to find a buffer. We need to find some way to smooth this out so the transition between 1 acre minimums across the street and 10,000, 12,000 square foot minimums on that side of Yucaipa Ridge Road. There is an answer, but we have to work at it, and we have to find some sort of compromise that's good for you, something that you can live with, and something that the developer can work with. As it sits right now, it is a little sterile looking. I mean, the graphic presented itself is, like you said, nice and green, and what one person said, that's not the reality of things. So I believe we need to go back to the table, work with staff, and get something that can be acceptable by the public. The concept is good. I don't have a problem with that. We have developer rights. But if we can find a way to make it nice and attractive to you, the residents of the area, and still good for the developer, we should proceed and go that direction. So with me, my vote will be at this point, unless the developer wants to do, or the project proponents wants to, maybe continue this and agree to work on some other concepts, I think this project's going to fail as it stands. So with that, this is maybe out of order and out of school, but would it be appropriate to see if the developer is willing to go back to the table and consider options? So we can continue, or should we just go ahead and vote on one of the 3 options that were presented?
Give us 1 minute.
Accepting the planning commission's denial? Accepting the planning commission's denial does not prevent the developer to come back with another project.
No, it doesn't, but I think
No, I mean, he
there's-
can come back at any time. All we're doing is accepting the planning commission.
Just on that last comment, the planning commission failure to make a recommendation serves as a denial. That's why there's an appeal. So if they had made a recommendation, you would still be taking the action to approve or deny because that's the role of the city council. So you could continue it. I think you would need to reopen the public hearing because it sounds like the suggestion may be to have the developer work with staff, and then there would be a need to come back with some modified project. And we would want to enable the public to comment on that. So you would have to open the public hearing. But to meet time requirements under the MAP Act and so forth, we would say it needs to come back at the next meeting, and I don't know if that's enough time for those further discussions to take place. The alternative would be to take an action tonight, and then as Councilman Bogue said, they could come back with something later.
I understand. And from my perspective, and maybe it's wrong, my intent is to not cause more economic burden on the developer. And if we uphold the Planning Commission's recommendations, will that cause some more economic impacts as opposed to keeping it, open up the public hearing and continue?
Are you asking me, or are you
I'm asking anybody who can answer that question.
Well, okay, the public hearing is closed. So that is not a question I can answer, or I'm not sure that staff could answer that.
Well, I think staff can, because
What, can I just make a motion? I'm all for them coming back. I mean, if he wants to come back on his own time, I'm fine with that. If I made a motion that we,
I think they're in parlay right now.
I could still make a motion, right? Should the city decide to accept the planning commission's recommendations to deny the project, the following motion is provided. So it's items 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's my motion.
What was your motion?
I think what you're proposing, the motion is to accept the recommendation list in the agenda and the staff report to deny those 4 items that are listed.
Correct. But like I said, I'm not opposed to you coming back.
So, I'm sorry, the conversation was whether or not the developer's representative could act that quickly. They are saying now that they can act that quickly. But I see that based on the conversation this evening, based on the comments and the questions, it's a substantive update to the plan. It's going to require a lot of collaboration to come back with a plan that deals with the transitions that you've talked about this evening, at least what I've interpreted, the lot sizes and the transitions in the lot sizes and the buffering that has been discussed. So it's going to be difficult, but if the applicant is prepared to move forward within the next day or two with an updated plan that meets those, at least from their perspective, that meets those objectives that they all heard this evening as well, then staff is certainly willing to prioritize review of those updates and try to work with council's direction, if that's council's direction this evening, to come back at the next meeting. I believe it has to come back at the next meeting for all of the reasons that have been presented in letters back and forth going into this particular hearing tonight, and all the comments back and forth. And so I think it has to be to a date certain at the next meeting.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There is a motion pending.
I
So
still have
that-
my motion.
And so the question would be, is there a second? Because that is on the floor.
And this is to deny the appeal. One, deny the final development, adopt the findings for denial, and to find the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15061,
Correct.
subsection 4.
So that motion for clarification is not to allow them to come back?
As proposed, it is to deny. Doesn't preclude them from coming
Yeah,
back.
everyone has the right to come back with another project.
And the other caveat I would make to the idea of coming back, how that procedurally, if there is an alternative proposal or a modification, that also has to be reviewed to make sure it is addressed procedurally in an appropriate way.
At this setting or at the next?
Well, sorry, it's late. It's complicated. It would not be tonight. It would be, they would come in and discuss with staff. Staff would look at the proposal and decide, you know, can we analyze this based on what we have now? Does it constitute such a substantive change that it might have to go back to Planning Commission? Maybe not. We don't know what the proposal will be. So that will enter into how staff advises the applicant, this is how we think it needs to come back. And that would maybe be a report back to you or be a continued public hearing. We don't know that right now because we don't know what they're gonna propose.
Is that certain if there's substantive changes, it has to go back to Planning Commission? Because if we're in negotiations or discussions now, and why, I don't understand why it would have to go back to Planning Commission.
I'm not suggesting it has to. I'm saying staff is gonna have to look at the modification within the scope of the environmental, within the scope of the findings that would be made to make sure it is consistent with what has been analyzed.
Okay. Again, I just want to reiterate that I'm not interested in causing more economic impacts to the developer. I would like to make this as easy as possible for them and for us. So if keep reopening the public hearing actually saves him a little bit of money and other economic impacts, I'm in favor of that. I would recommend that personally. But if it's a wash, then we can make a decision now, and he can or they can come back with a different map, different tentative track map. I'm trying to be helpful. You know, it's not going to go your way tonight, it looks like, so, but I'm trying to make it soften it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I do have a motion on the floor, so
And
if you want to
do we have a second?
look at that.
This is part of discussion.
I know, I just.
We do have a motion on the floor. Did we get a second?
My concern is, and I think you answered it, but my concern is that by denying it, I just want to make sure that we're not taking away the opportunity for them to adjust and come back if that is something that's amenable or agreeable on both sides of this issue. As it stands, if there's no change, then I'm not supporting it. But if they're willing to make changes to accommodate some of these concerns that have been voiced tonight, then
I think, go ahead, Ray.
I was just going to say, your options are, based on conversation I'm hearing, is deny the project, send them back to the drawing board, if you will, and that, you know, takes going back to Planning Commission and all that. Or, depending on how substantive the changes are, reopen the public hearing and allow the applicant to make changes to the plan for your consideration for the next meeting.
That's what I'd rather do. Open a public hearing, allow the applicant to go back to the drawing board and meet. That way, doesn't need to necessarily go back to the planning commission. The intent is to work with the project proponents and affect some changes.
Do we have to vote to reopen the public hearing?
You have a motion. You would need a second to deny the project, and that was option one, deny the project, and they always have the ability to go back to planning commission with a new project. Or if that lacks a second, then you would have a option of a new motion to reopen the public hearing and continue this item to the next city council meeting.
I'd go there.
Okay, do we have a second?
Hold on, for clarity. You have Councilman Bogue's motion pending, so the question is there a second to
And that's
that?
what I was asking for.
Okay.
I'm asking
That's
for
why
a
I said
second
for
on
clarity.
council member's motion.
So I will second with the idea of denying it, and if they're going to make changes, they bring it back, and we have to go through all this again later.
Yeah, but if you second that motion and we vote, you just defeated that whole purpose.
If we deny it, then he has to go back to the planning commission.
If they've made any changes, they
If
have
he's
to go
made
back
any
and
changes.
resubmit that.
If we reopen the public hearing and he works with staff, he doesn't have to go back to the planning commission. I'm looking at the economic impacts to kind of soften the impacts on him.
So, based on the motion that was made at this point, I'm going to respectfully disagree, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to go with my second on this right now for denying.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so the tie, the motion fails.
It doesn't move forward. Now we need to discuss, again, I would like to reopen the public hearing and give the applicant an opportunity to go back and meet with staff and come up with a solution that maybe the public can live with, something that the developer can live with, and something that we can accept.
I'll second that.
So we have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
Is that items 1 through 5 here on the secondary?
We don't have to necessarily go with any of these. We can do our own recommendation. Is that correct?
Just for clarification, I apologize. So your motion is to reopen the public hearing. Are you also proposing it come back to the next meeting?
Yes.
Part of that?
Yes.
And you would just continue the whole agenda item?
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Okay. If no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. We can draw cards. We can choose each other's paper, rock, scissors.
Doesn't that automatically continue it to the next council?
No.
No? Where we have the fifth vote?
Well, someone's going to have to change their mind.
Or doesn't that cause it to just the whole thing to fail? If it's a split vote, is it 2-2, doesn't it fail?
I would advise you to take an action one way or another.
Well,
You can
Can I
restate-
remake
you
my, I'm
can-
gonna remake my motion, items to deny the appeal request and adopt resolution denying the preliminary development plan for Serrano Estates projects, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's my motion again.
Okay, we have a motion.
So it's the same motion.
I don't know what the alternative would be.
Do we have a second?
We're not going to get anywhere if I keep saying
Well, someone's going to have to, someone's going to have to.
I'm
do this.
gonna stay with my second on this original issue.
Okay. If no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion carries. I tried. Okay, do we have any announcements to make? We have none? City Attorney, do we have any closed session items?
No, we do not.
Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience on this issue. We're going to go ahead and adjourn. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening.